All right. So, first and foremost, let me just check that the volume is coming out fine. Right, just do a sound check. And then I'll see who we have with us live. Let me just straighten this. At this godly hour. Allah, audio is good. All right. So, inna alhamdulillah wa kafa wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulih al-Mustafa wa ala ibadi alladhina irtada wa man bihudahum ihtada wa bi athari ahli al-Madinah iqtafa wa ba'd. Fasalamu Allahi ala al-qawm. People, all right. So, who do we have? All right, online. Wow. Whilst you guys are clicking like and share, let me just bring up today's what we have in store right for us today. Wow. Kya baat hai. Let me just see. Right, you guys can spread the love. I'll let you guys. Where is this? I have to always go through. You know, on one hand, it's good to see that so many sessions have already been now. All right. So today we'll be taking a look at the world's your oyster, people. The world's your oyster. Right from the time when Shakespeare said it up until our age today. And let's take a look at some Quranic guidance reflecting that. So, okay, what else? I thought, for a historic story, the strength in stories or stories of strength that we share, I thought, you know what? I was going across a character or some personalities in history, and I thought, you know what? Let's share this. It's from the era of the Mamluks, people. So what we'll do is we'll give a brief intro to the Mamluk setup, but this won't be all about the Mamluks. I didn't write his name there, Mamluk Sultan, from rags to riches, because I thought there'll be more of a shock factor if I don't write it, since he is before Justin Bieber. You had Rukn-Ud-Deen, Biebers. Biebers, people, Biebers. So who was this Biebers and what was so special about him? He's considered really the true pioneer of the Mamluk dynasty. Not in the sense that he's the first. He's not the first, but arguably the fourth or the fifth. But he's the true Sultan who lays the foundations for the dynasty to come. And really, with this in mind today, just focusing on understanding our role in this world. So what does that mean? So that's what we'll be taking a look at. Now let's see who we've got online. So Claire, ahlan wa sahlan. Right. We've got Sajjad Hussain, Mufti As-Salam. I think that's what you want to write. You've written as Alam, but As-Salam, I tell you, it's snowing in Yorkshire. Kya baat hai, yaar. I totally can't understand the weather here. It gets sunny. Then I'm thinking, whoa, it suddenly got warm. And then today, I'm thinking, whoa, it's cold. And in some places, it's snowing. Kya baat hai, yaar. Khan Khani. We are all well, shukran, shukran. Alam Alonzeta, Mark, all right, you're doing it, Mark, you're doing it, all right. So we've got Insiramul Haq, Insiram. Wow, what an Arabic name, huh? Insiram. Kya baat hai yaar. Insiram. The kind of the establishing or the of but in a bold way, in saram, as in when something is settled, al-haq, of the truth. Wah, wah. So whilst people are tuning in, Samizi, all right, wa alaikum assalam, clicking like, clicking share. Right, Nora, ahlan wa sahlan. As always, Abdul Basit, doing it, wa alaikum assalam. Ibn Firnas is asking, Biebers, it is indeed. People, you've all heard of the Justin Biebers and the Beliebers. But today we will be taking a look at Rukn-Ud-Deen, Al-Zahir Biebers. What a personality, huh? What a personality. Much love to all my friends from Darwin, Australia. The land down under, Darwin. Cha. Over the hair and outfit, Mufti. Amazing swag. Brown Brad Pitt. क्या बात है यार, कमाल करते हो, कमाल करते हो पांडे जी. So this is I have to pay people for praising me like that. For massaging the ego. Ya salam. Right, actually some water, then we'll move to coffee. Why not? Whilst people are tuning in, clicking like, clicking share, what we'll do is let's take a look at some quotes and then we'll see some comments. Right, so as always, I thought, what's befitting? The world's your oyster, people. The world is your oyster. Cheen law. Al-amru liman ghalab. You see, whoever seizes. There was a I'll come to it. But first of all, by Maulana Jalaluddin Rum. I love the quotes that people attribute. And, sometimes somebody said to me that, Mufti, some of these quotes may not be attributed accurately. Like this, respond to every call that excites your spirit. Although I do feel this does sound like Maulana Rum. But even if some are not, somebody said to me that some are not. I said, well, but does it make a difference? The message is just as accurate. But this does sound like the message. And reminding us to respond to that. I left this since it was quite relevant. It was from last week's, but I thought, when it comes to seizing the world, or the world is your oyster, दो हिस्सों में बट गई जिंदगी हमारी, अभी उम्र नहीं, अब उम्र नहीं तुम्हारी. Vaha, that in these two portions my life has been distributed. Abhi umar nahi. It's not your age yet. Ab umar nahi tumhari. It's no longer your age to do these things. Vah, vah. So true. Honestly, so true. I love the matchstick thing. This was actually the poem I wanted to share. उलझी थी अकल व होश में सागर राहे हयात. Allah, this is Sagar Siddiqui Sahib. उलझी थी अक्लो होश में सागर राहे हयात मैं लेके तेरा नाम फनाह से गुजर गया. वाह 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 वाह. Sagar Siddiqui is one of those legends, people, one of those legends. He says, Ulji thi aklo hosh mein sagar rahe hayat. That the path of life had found itself caught up between the intellect and between awareness. He says, मैं लेके तेरा नाम फनाह से गुजर गया. He says, I took your name, tawakkulan. Now, you see, this is obviously in reference to the transcendental, the transcendent, the divine, Allah. मैं लेके तेरा नाम फनाह से गुजर गया. That I passed through ego annihilation or ego death. Fana. Right. I thought, wow, that was really powerful. So why not? Why not? I can see underneath there was did I? Oh, right. There was another. There was a poem that was underneath. I must have put that there by mistake. Vah. It says, "Kafal qitalu." That enough. Kafal qital. وفكي قيد أسراك يكفيك ما فعلت بالناس عيناك. Allah, Allah. Right, so, sorry, not kafal. It could be kafal qital. Well, but I think it's actually kuffil qital. That should be better. That kuffil qital wa fukki. So this one, no swearing. That means to open. Fakka yafuku in Arabic means to open. Okay. Like to open the door. They say fukkal bab. Nowadays, people don't say it as much because of the English. But he says, Kuffil qital wa fukki qayda asraki. That refrain from fighting. He's saying this to his beloved, to her. He says, because it's to the feminine, the pronoun is to a feminine, that kuffil qital wa fukki, and open qayda asraki, that open the kind of manacles and the chains of your prisoners of war. Allah. What he means here is by love, of course. It's all a metaphor. He says, وَيَكْفِيكِ مَا فَعَلَتْ بِالنَّاسِ عَيْنَاكِ. And it suffices what these eyes of yours have done to the people. The devastation that they have done. That kuffil qitali wa fukki qayda asraki wa yakfiki ma fa'alat bin nasi aynaki. Allah, Allah. What a poem. Right, so let me take a look. What are you guys up to? What's going on? Right, so Sidi alright, Khalid al-Sayrafi, Ahlan wa Sahlan, Abu Sa'id al-Sayrafi, the famous grammarian, Allah, who has an incredibly popular commentary on the book of Sibawayh. Nabil Khan, Wa alaykum assalam. Right. Owning your destiny. Today's talk is about owning your destiny. Well done, Haydar Bukhari. The world is your oyster. That's what we want to talk about. That a person has to seize what they have. There was a poem that I, in a lifetime, in a almost a different lifetime, Allahu Akbar. It seems so long ago now that in my days in Damascus, I had these people make I had a stamp with a poem on it. The follies of youth. Huh? And it said on there, it was a poem. It said, فَمَا نَيْلُ الْمَطَالِبِ بِالتَّمَنِّي وَلَكِنْ تُؤْخَذُ الدُّنْيَا غِلَابًا. Allah. I had made it into a stamp, a seal, and I would stamp my books and everything with it. It said that the attainment of objectives, of goals, is not by just wishing. It's not just by tamanni. وَلَكِنْ تُؤْخَذُ الدُّنْيَا غِلَابًا. But that the world, in order to be taken, must be seized. Allah. Wow. So that's layman's Mufti, please don't be so cute. कमाल करते हो. No. Right. So, Nora, shukran, much love for the super chat. Any thoughts about the Will Smith incident at the Oscars? Wow, yes, indeed. The world has been taken by storm by this incident. And yeah. Right. So, I mean, there's some speculation, was this staged? Which, although I don't, I'm not sure I lean that way, but I don't entirely rule it out. I think there's some element of plausibility that it may have been staged, considering that Pfizer were, from what I've read, that Pfizer, who sponsor the Oscars, are on the verge of announcing a treatment. They're in their third phase for a treatment for alopecia. So this has kind of got the whole world now talking about alopecia. So, I mean, there's an element of plausibility, although I'm not saying it is, but it gives it some possibility. That said, let's go with it being real. Right. Now, personally, my understanding is that look, you've got to understand something. I don't think it's okay that Will Smith, in front of the entire world, smacks a man and then receives an award and a standing ovation. For making a joke, that he just goes there and just smacks him across the face. That is not acceptable. And you see, let's go with this being real. You've got to pause and take a step back. This is how I see it. You see, this man, Chris Rock, is a comedian. as is or was Will Smith. It is his job to crack jokes. Now, the Oscars, year in, year out, they do a performance in which they roast celebrities. That's part and parcel of the Oscars. They do it every single Oscar. This is nothing, this is just run of the mill, ordinary performances. There's nothing, this is not like, oh, it was a surprise. So, okay, let's put that on, just acknowledge that. Secondly, a person has to understand that, look, so if you are very sensitive, so if a person is sensitive to jokes, they shouldn't go to a comedy show because they're sensitive to those jokes. So, okay, this is not the same as a person walking down the road and somebody hurling abuse at them. This is not like that. So I did see a bunch of comments where people were saying, oh, this is defending the honor. This is nothing like that. Nothing like that. Okay. So this is not, Will Smith was not walking down some street and he got jumped, or his wife was getting harassed, or they were sitting at a show which the part of which has a roasting segment in which they roast celebrities, because these are public figures who actually thrive, which is part and parcel of that celebrity lifestyle. So, okay, so put that aside. The other thing is, as far as this joke went, so Chris Rock said a joke about Jada being G.I. Jane because, she's bold. This was, in all honesty, a very mild joke, considering the jokes that have been said about Jada since she herself publicly, with Will Smith, have gone on national TV and told the world that she sleeps with other men for her happiness because her husband, Will Smith, cannot give her that happiness. So this, just to put this in perspective, so Jada has gone on national TV and explained that she needs her own pursuit of happiness, which she's not getting from Will. So she sleeps with other men, August and other people that she's, been with. And the only person who decides that is her. And ever since, the internet has roasted the hell out of Jada and Will Smith. So, all things considered, this was a very lame joke. It was nothing compared to how you just need to see the memes about Will, Jada, and her entanglement to see this is nothing. So him saying G.I. Jane. Another point is Will actually laughs at the joke. So Will laughs at it until he sees Jada is not laughing at it. So, okay, so that's another thing. So they show him, he's going, ha, 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 good joke. And then he's like, oh, okay. This one no like. So look, then the internet has brought up, the internet's, this, you guys, why you gotta love the internet. Internet has brought up a clip of Will Smith on stage cussing a person with alopecia. So if you YouTube now Will Smith making fun of a bald person, it comes right up. He was doing this exact same thing. He was on stage cussing a man because of alopecia and baldness. So, right, so these people understand these things. They're comedians. That's their lifestyle. They make jokes. But to say that, look, it's okay to go and attack a comedian because the comedian is making a joke that is offensive. This is really just part of this kind of uber woke fanaticism. Because look, just pause for a moment. Put all of this aside. freedom of speech, the primacy and the importance of the freedom of speech. Let me tell you, look, I saw several Muslims celebrating as well, and several Muslims didn't. This was just like the rest of the world. I mean, it's not like Muslims were on one side, but you see certain people saying this. Now, let me give you a spin on this. You see, you say, La ilaha illallah, that all other gods are false. That is highly offensive to people who believe in those other gods. And many people, including Muslims, we value faith above other things. So above the honor of their wife would be, to certain people, the honor of their faith. When you say La ilaha, that all those gods are fake and false, you offend many people who worship these other gods. Would it be okay now in India, let's say, and we can see the right-wing fascism that is increasing as we speak in India, would it be okay for them to burn down Muslim houses because they say, well, this person is offending me by saying La ilaha illallah. I find it offensive. They say, I find the Quran offensive because it claims the falsehood of all these other gods. Does that give people, because they're offended, does it give them the right to burn the Quran now? Does it give them the right to attack Muslims because they're offended? Ghira, their sense of honor for their religions. You've offended them. Clearly you've offended them. If you say these idols are useless, the Quran says that, what are these statues? These are malakum la tantiqun. They can't speak, they can't do anything. Summun bukmun umyun. It's offensive to people that worship these statues. Does it give them the right to start burning so exactly? So now you start to understand why it's important to have freedom of speech, to have to be able to say. Many Muslims, I don't believe this to be true. In fact, I believe it to be insulting to the Prophet ﷺ. But unfortunately, many Muslims say the Prophet married a child. They say the Prophet married a 9-year-old. That is highly offensive to many people. I mean, it's offensive to me. It's offensive to many Muslims who don't believe that. And they say that's insulting. But there are still many Muslims who believe that, unfortunately, and actually go around saying that that's okay to do if provided the law of the land doesn't stop it. That's highly offensive. Would that give the right now for people to start attacking and burning these people and beating them up or shooting them? Or does it? No. You see, so we have to understand first and foremost that speech must be protected even when it hurts and offends you. It must be. The Quran, when the Prophet began teaching the Quran to people, he began on the very premise that I do have the right and the freedom to say this, and I know it is offensive to all of you in Mecca. I know it's offensive. So just, when people go on this part of this militant woke brigadism, I think they should really be careful and understanding the implications and the ramifications of trying to rob society from free speech. Because believe me, it won't be long before this monster turns back on you. And they say, well, actually, saying this about the Prophet, that this person did this, we find him offensive. But maybe they won't, okay, maybe this won't happen in the UK, maybe what doesn't happen in the US, but it happens in other places. Maybe it happens in India. Maybe it happens in other parts of the world. They turn on Muslims. So it is always important to defend freedom of speech, even if it's offensive. And if a person, as far as mocking and ridiculing jokes are concerned, well, you see, this is, I sometimes it surprises me that how people struggle to understand this topic. You see, there is something known as set and setting, or the context. So, for example, a comedy show is a comedy show. Stand-up comedians, they are comedians. Watching comedy sketches, watching Comedy Central, watching these things are comedy shows. Of course, they're going to have jokes that are offensive. But if you're offended, just don't watch them. It's as simple as that. So that's where I stand with all of these things. I do think there's a chance this was staged. I think there is a chance this whole thing was staged. But because that slap seemed a bit, I don't know, it just didn't seem, and it could be that Pfizer have staged it for the upcoming treatment for alopecia. But it could be that this was real, in which case I find it unacceptable that a man could get up, a man who himself has roasted so many people. And in all honesty, he only did this because it was Chris Rock. I mean, if somebody else had cracked that joke, who would have been bigger than Will Smith, or as they say, if the other Rock, there's no way Will Smith would have got up there and did that. So it's, he just responded in a very erratic way. Yeah, so that's my thoughts on it. But I will say, I did want to add to that, putting all of that aside. It's interesting watching the kind of disintegration of a popular individual, a celebrity, a world-renowned, Oscar-winning celebrity like Will Smith, a man who in many ways has it all. Money, fame, accomplishment, assets, family, children. Love. You tell me, he has it all. And there was a period where it felt like that Will Smith was, he was on his way to enlightenment. I don't know if you remember, he was doing a lot of these videos with, what's his name? Jay Shetty, and on spiritual enlightenment, and he was speaking about some faiths, and he was speaking about the Bhagavad Gita, and he was speaking about just spirituality, and he was dropping some gems, and so he seemed to be on his way to enlightenment. But it's amazing that this kind of down spiraling, I do feel it is, this is my take, Allahu A'lam. I feel this is really Jada, and especially since, this discussing on national TV that he isn't enough for her, and that she needs to go to other men. I mean, I feel after that, it's just been a rapid decline for Will Smith. But it's fascinating, just from a safe distance, spectators observing and seeing where somebody has the entire dunya, has everything, and one could ask for, he's from wealth to health, to, good looks, to wisdom, to legacy to, I mean, and still young and healthy, and yeah, I guess we make dua for everyone. We should always pray for everyone's betterment. I mean, it goes to show that money, wealth, accomplishments in and of themselves do not guarantee inner peace. That a person can have all of that and still be so broken. May Allah make things easy for everyone who is struggling. Ameen. Right, so yeah, get rid of hell yeah. That would have been number one. Sometimes I do think to myself that, if I had to deal with such and such problem, like when you look at some people's problems and you think, if I had to deal with these problems, by the end of the day, they'd be resolved. Most of these problems would be fixed. But then we have our own problems. That's how it is, isn't it? We can all deal with each other's problems so effectively. Khalid Serafi, but does he really have everything? Khalid Serafi ji, he doesn't have you. Kya baat hai, kya baat hai, huh? In the words of Mutanabbi, he says, إذا نلنا منك الود فالكل باقي فالكل هين وكل الذي فوق التراب تراب. Allah. No, إذا نلنا منك الود فالباقي هين. That's it. He says, if we have your love, then the rest doesn't matter. He says, all that is, this is an epic line of his though. He says, all that is above the dust is simply dust. Allah. Right, so yeah. Right, so people, what is going on? Yeah. Well, I missed the super chat, sorry. Rifi Johnston, shukran, much love for the super chat. Allah bless you. Salam Mufti. Can a Muslim, Mufti, I thought Mufti again. Can a Muslim donate their body to be a cadaver for medical students who are studying to be surgeons? Right. I didn't, not this exact question, but I've discussed previously on organ donations, and in many ways, this is very similar because it's about donating your body for a greater cause or a greater good. When it comes to organs, I mean, there's very specific that they're going to be helping someone specifically. Here, it's more about helping the greater cause of science and medicine. Yeah, so I have got a very detailed video on this, so do watch that. So it does cover a lot of this as well. I do think that, when it comes to donating the body or donating body parts, organs, it's a big taboo, especially in Muslim communities. Although from an Islamic perspective, there would be a difference of opinion. So there will be some people who say, no, it's categorically haram. And what they lean in on is a hadith which states that to harm a dead body is as to harm a living person. So to break the bones of a dead body is like breaking the bones of someone whilst they're still alive. Now, this fatwa is a very modern fatwa. So not to be fooled just because they're quoting a hadith, not to think this is the fatwa of ulama 1,000 years ago, because 1,000 years ago you couldn't donate body parts. This is just in the very last couple of decades that this has become an actuality, or a few decades at most. It's not. Prior to that, nobody ever spoke about these. I mean, in the few decades prior to that, there was some speculation as a hypothesis, but centuries ago, people wouldn't. Obviously, this was not. This was just, imagination, wild imagination. So that's that group of people. On the other hand, you will have other ulama, including the great Maliki Shaykh al-Islam from Tunis, Sheikh Juayyid Abdul Aziz Muhammad Al Aziz Juayyid, who in his fatwa says it is permissible to donate the body or body parts, and that's in the 60s, I believe he gave that fatwa, 60s and 70s. So, and he was the great Sheikh of Shaykh al-Islam following Ibn Ashur, and he was his successor and the Grand Mufti of not only Tunisia and the Malikis, but also Jam' Zaytuna in Tunis. So, and their arguments were that it's for the greater good. And what is the point? You see, when we're buried, the body disintegrates regardless. So, in my previous clip, I highlight that I feel that really beneath the veneer of this fiqhi discussion is a human fear. Okay. And that's what it is. It's more an emotional, irrational fear. So, you see, many people, most people, almost everyone can't envisage death. Okay, we don't know what death is like. So, and it's difficult understanding consciousness or the ruh without the ego. But it does exist. And it's fascinating. In fact, the book of this month, which we should be doing a book review on Friday, Why I Changed My Mind, by Michael Pollan, which is about psychedelics. And it speaks about people that take that journey into ego death, but how, you see, people who discover that consciousness does exist beyond the ego because they experience that. So, okay, so when people picture death, they still picture the ego. So they think, well, I'm lying in a grave. So they think lying in a grave is like just lying there forever in this grave. That's what so they're picturing it. It's like an atheist once said that, he said, what frightens me is, he said, I don't believe there's anything after death. I'm not afraid of anything because I don't think there's anything after death, but I'm just afraid of doing that nothing forever. Just lying there doing nothing forever like that. You see, so people still think that they picture themselves still there. So it's this envisaging that people are seeing, that they're reacting to emotionally. And it's terrifying to think somebody is cutting you up. So this, in my opinion, is what is driving that camp of people who say no to organ donation. Okay, I hope that helps. Right, so Azarati, shukran, yar, shukran. Much love for the super chat. Right. So, does Islam dictate that we can think and not think, or is it our God given right to explore the depth of our consciousness? I not so does Islam dictate that we can think and not think? Or is it our God given right to explore the depth of our consciousness? I don't see them as a binary, but okay. So Islam obviously allows you to think, and it is your right to explore the depth of consciousness. Whether you'll arrive at that or not is another question. But yeah, you can, and a person should. And I tell you that, look, one of the things that they, in this book, which we'll be covering, How I Changed My Mind or Why I Changed My Mind by Michael Pollan, they cover, in the book, it covers the default mode network, which is a set of structures within the brain that collaboratively produce this network, if you like, that is arguably responsible for the ego. Okay, because they found that these, and it includes different structures. So there's part of the frontal cortex, there is part of the PCC, you do get different posterior cingulate cortex. There's part of there are different regions that are interacting together to produce a phenomenon, which is the self-referential, the autobiography self. And what they find is that that self is also like the autopilot in many parts of our lives. So if you think about it, how much of our life is just switched onto autopilot? So, and in this book, they use the example of a robot. So they say that during our lives, so much of it, the robot becomes active, and it does all the things. If I'm making coffee, the robot becomes active. I'm sitting down, I'm watching something, it will become active. I mean, at some point it doesn't. The active you takes over, the executive command network takes over, where you're doing things. But if we constantly keep doing things, it's draining and taxing. So the robot within us takes over in the brain and does things on autopilot, so to speak. Now, that makes sense and it's good, but the problem with this is that it is what seems to be linked with or correlates with a higher sense of depression. So they found people that could mitigate or keep in keep in line their default mode network by remaining in the now, either through meditation, through mindfulness, through other things. It did diminish the ego slightly, the sense of, not entirely, but what it did also was it counters elements like depression, and especially deep depressive states, not just the occasional depressive state, but deep depressive states. So that is fascinating, I have to say. And on that note, I was going to say that people should occasionally, get into a habit of it. We should get into a habit of being mindful, even if it's an occasional. So when you're sitting down at some point, just occasionally become aware of, how are my arms resting on this chair? How is my back? How does it feel? My legs resting? What about the way my feet are on the floor? What sounds can I hear right now? What do I see? What that does is it brings you into the now, and develop a habit of, whenever you can, even, you could just begin this once a day. Maybe when you're driving at some point, just suddenly becoming aware of you. And a good way to do it is, first of all, by bringing it in to the body. So you kind of zero in that, where are my arms resting? What are my hands holding on to? How are my thighs rested against the chair? And when you start doing this, you start locking yourself into the now. What sounds can I hear? Can I think of 3 different sounds I can hear right now? You see, can I smell anything right now? You see, by doing this occasionally, maybe you do it when you wake up. Maybe you do it when you're driving. Maybe you can do this just sitting there at the office, or sitting at home at your office, or whatever it is that you're doing. If you make a habit of this, you will see the qualitative difference. This is mindfulness, by the way, bringing yourself into the now. And you may think, well, what's the benefit of that? But it has profound benefits, because you are, it will show, you will see it shining in your focus, in how you become focused, which will have a knock-on effect in life. So obviously, I mean, mindfulness has much more to it as well, just as meditation does, but this is meditation. These are elements of it. So, okay, cool. Right, let's move on. What's this? Mufti and death and right. Right, okay. Cool, let's move on, people. So, I wanted to go over a verse with us for today, for Quranic guidance. And that is from Surah Hadid. Okay. So, verse 20. Now, many people look at this verse and they take an understanding, but I'd like to explore different positions of being able to, when I speak of superpositions and how the Quran can give you it can bring as many deeper meanings to you as you bring to it in terms of reflection and contemplation, and also where you are in life and what's happening in your life. So whatever's going on with you, you bring that perspective, and then when you read the Quran, it speaks to you in a way that is, although it's generic, but it's addressing you specifically. So, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. I'lamu annama al-hayat ad-dunya. Now, this beginning straight away, what we're looking at is the world, a picture and an analogy, an allegory, a landscape is drawn of this dunya in this verse in Surah Al-Hadid, verse 20. اعلموا أنما الحياة الدنيا, that know the life of this dunya, لعب والله. Allah is explaining what it is, what this world is. And what is it? Fun and games. Allah. أنما الحياة الدنيا لعب والله. This world is fun and games. وزينة. adornment, وَتَفَاخُرٌ بَيْنَكُمْ, and glorification between you, self-glorification, almost in a boastful way. وَتَكَاثُرٌ فِي الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَوْلَادِ, and trying to excessively outdo one another in your wealth, in your legacy, in your offspring. And one way, this doesn't just mean having more children, although it could mean that as well. But also takathur can also mean not just fi adad al-awlad, but in the achievements of your awlad, in what they achieve. You are competing and vying against one another. That is a snapshot of this dunya. Now, somebody may say, okay, so one way to look at that is, well, that's horrible, or not, sorry, that's negative. Okay, many people look at it like that. But another way to look at this is that is the dunya. Allah. You see, that is it. This is it. This is exactly what God has made for you. He's put you in this world, and this is what the world is. It's fun and games. It's achieving. It's obtaining. It's amassing wealth and legacy. And one way to see that is there's nothing wrong with that. Why would there be? Since that is the very essence of the dunya. So, you see, this verse, Allah is beginning it by saying, "I'lamu," know with certainty. And then Allah describes the dunya in its entirety. That this is what it is, people. You know, it is but a game. But it's your game. You know, don't take it too seriously, I guess. But play away. You want wealth? Obtain wealth. You want qualities? Obtain qualities. Attain them. You want to compete? Compete. There's nothing wrong with that, since it is the very building blocks of this dunya that Allah has created. Then Allah gives an analogy. كَمَثَلِ غَيْثٍ أَعْجَبَ الْكُفَّارَ نَبَاتُهُ. It is like a rain. Okay. A very healthy rain. Ghayth. Ghayth in Arabic is different to matar. Matar is just rain. Ghayth is that rain which yields harvest and produce, and it's fruitful rain. You see, because rain can be a curse as well. In the sense, it could ruin your day. It could be a nightmare. Some places it just doesn't stop raining. It's not bringing about any fruit. It's just raining non-stop. That's just matar. Ghayth in Arabic is that rain that brings about, that is fruitful rain. And Allah gives the example of the dunya ka ghayth. You see, who says the dunya has to be negative? Who says it's something you have to run from? It's a beautiful place. Enjoy it. It is fruitful. You see, Layth. أعجب الكفار نباته. Here, kuffar. Now, people understood from kuffar to mean kuffar, like disbelievers. But the way Ibn Ashur explains from Ibn Mas'ud radiallahu an and other people, kuffar actually in Arabic means farmers. It means those people who dig the ground and that plow the kind of fields and they cover. So kafar with the fatha means satar in Arabic. Okay. And kufr is disbelief. But kafar is satar shay, to cover something. So a'jab al-kuffara. Right. So those people who were farmers. a'jab al-kuffara nabatu. See, those who were the people, because rain could come anywhere. But to people of harvest, to farmers, to agriculturalists, it's a blessing. They were pleased with it. And that's ironic because in that sense, the kuffar is then being used positively if we're looking at it through that lens. Thumma, now notice then what happens. So you've got nabatuhu, the plantation, you've got whatever is emerging, the crops. Thumma yahij, it starts to kind of shake, it's growing, there's growth. Fatarahu musfarran. And then it turns, and here it's mentioning a yellowish color of the crop, that it's ripening. Thumma yakunu hutaman. And then it becomes, now hutam can be something that is cut into pieces. It can be something that is then collapsed. It can be something that is also seen as finished. It depends. It can mean many things. It's in one way, it's quite a word because it's speaking about the harvest, but it could be speaking about it as stacked, cut up. It could be speaking about the debris that is left behind. But we're seeing this process. وَفِي الْآخِرَةِ عَذَابٌ شَدِيدٌ وَمَغْفِرَةٌ مِنَ اللَّهِ. And in the end, there is a difficult suffering, severe suffering, and a pardoning. All of these are from God, min Allah wa ridwan, and a sense of being pleased. وَمَا الْحَيَاةُ الدُّنْيَا إِلَّا مَتَاعُ الْغُرُورِ. And the life of this world is but an illusion. Mata'ul ghurur. It's not just an illusion, but it's the playful stuff of illusion. And you see, one way to understand this verse is that Allah is speaking about the akhirah. That there is a suffering once a person dies. There is a blissful state. There is a sense of pleasure, it's not pleasure in the sensual sense, ridwan. It's not shahwa, or it means being in a state of happiness. Now, the other one way of looking at this verse is it's speaking about the same analogy. You see, after the harvest, that once it begins as just a crop, a plant, nabatuhu, and then yahij, it starts to grow and shake, and then it turns ripens, and then it is cut down, hutaman, wa fil akhirah, and in the end there is either a suffering, people get bad crops, people don't get enough, it goes to waste, it is ruined, or maghfirah. Sometimes people catch a lucky break. Waridwan. And a sense of happiness. All of these things, min Allah. So one way to see this is that this could be speaking about the dunya. That what we achieve, it brings about its satisfaction here. Or it brings about a state of suffering. And it's not enough that just that to have the crop, to have the harvest, things can still go wrong. We spoke of the example we were speaking earlier on about Will Smith. I mean, you can still have almost everything and things are still so disintegrated. And that's how Allah seals the verse with, reminding you again, وَمَا الْحَيَاةُ الدُّنْيَا إِلَّا مَتَاعُ الْغُرُورِ. In many ways, it is but an illusion, a deception, one could say. But this is what it is. Not to mistake that, not to think this is what the dunya is. That is the content. When you're here, that is exactly what you partake in. And there's nothing wrong in that. And there was a verse very similar in Surah Al-An'am, verse 32, وَمَا الْحَيَاةُ الدُّنْيَا إِلَّا لَعِبٌ وَلَهْوٌ. That this world, this entire life it's nothing but fun and games. Okay? وَلَلدَّارُ الْآخِرَةِ خَيْرٌ لِلَّذِينَ يَتَّقُونَ. And what's yet to come after death is infinitely better for those who have mindfulness of God. أَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ. If only you could use your intellect about this. So this verse as well, it reminds us, and I thought that, look, so often we hear things like the dunya is this place of just wealth, and it's like this, and it's like this, it's lahu, and it's la'ib, it's like a game, but it's seen as being negative. And that's one way of seeing it. But the other way is actually it's not negative, because that is the game. That is exactly what it is. And we're all here to play. We're all here to play. مَا الْحَيَاةُ الدُّنْيَا إِلَّا لَعِبٌ وَلَهْوٌ. It's like if you're at a football match, that's what they're there to do, to play football. That is the game. This is exactly what this dunya is, as Allah says, that it is takathurun fil amwali wal awlad, it is zinatun, it is about beauty, and it is about amassing legacy and amassing wealth and competing, and that is the name of the game. It is la'ibun wa lahu. But whilst you're doing it, you don't lose sight of the trajectory. And that is beyond this life. Allah. So the trajectory is there, but you're still here. You don't lose sight, but you partake and enjoy, since that's what it is. It's la'ibun wa lahu. But you're mindful of what's to come after. I want to share that with you guys. So may Allah make things easy, and enlighten us all. Ameen. So let's move on. Right. So somebody about verse. The verse not talking about, well, that's what I said. I said that's how some people see it, but you could see it the other way. You see, because because one way of seeing is, Allah is speaking down about those things. He's speaking down on them, as in he's negatively, pejoratively. Allah is reprimanding these things. That's one way to see it. That's how many people see it. The other way is no. Why? Since Allah himself is saying this is what the dunya is. This is exactly who made it. Allah made it. So one way to see it is actually this is the dunya. That's what you're meant to do. You're meant to partake, but you remain mindful of the trajectory of what's to come after. Right, so okay, right, let me take a look. Let's move on, people. Okay, so let's introduce a story for today. A story. Oh, I didn't say a poem. Yeah, I usually come across a poem and I print it off thinking I'll read it to you guys, and I forget each time. Right, okay. Here's one. तस्वीर जिंदगी में नया रंग भर गए, वो हाथ से जो दिल पे हमारे गुजर गए. Wow, this is by a poet called Naqsh, which is like an imprint. It means an imprint. He says that it gave the artistry of life a new dimension of color. And you're wondering what gave it. And he's saying those crises and calamities that afflicted the heart. Allah. तस्वीर जिंदगी में नया रंग भर गए, वो हाथ से जो दिल पे हमारे गुजर गए, दुनिया से हट के एक नई दुनिया बना सकें, कुछ अहले आरज़ू इसी हसरत में मर गए. वाह वाह वाह. मुकर्रर. This, which should be mukarrar in Arabic. Right, so in Arabic, in Urdu they don't differentiate between the kaf and the qaf, but in Arabic you do. So it's kaf and it's qaf. So it wouldn't be muqarrar, it'd be mukarrar. So that's for the Arab. Obviously they don't use that word in that sense in Arabic, but I'm just saying. दुनिया से हट के एक नई दुनिया बना सकें, कुछ अहले आरज़ू इसी हसरत में मर गए. Wow, that some people of passion and some people of ambition, they died in this mission of theirs hoping that they would be able to carve a new path for the world, meaning that they had such noble aspirations that they wanted to set themselves apart from other people and lay these out for the world, but they died attempting. निकला जो काफले से नई जुस्तजू लिए कुछ दूर साथ साथ मेरे राह पर गए हर शे से बेनियाज रहे जिनमें हुस्न इश्क ए जिंदगी बता के वो लम्हे किधर गए. That हर शे से बेनियाज रहे, that may they remain blessed with everything, with all blessings really. Jin mein husn o ishq, that the people of beauty and love, may they always be blessed. E zindagi bata ke wo lamhe kidhar gaye. That life, dear life, tell me, where did those moments go? Where did the moments in life evaporate to? They're asking life that, do tell me. ए नक्श कर रहा था जिन्हें गर्क ना खुदा तूफान के जोर से वो सफीने उभर गए. That, let me rerun that. ए नक्श कर रहा था जिन्हें गर्क ना खुदा तूफान के जोर से वो सफीने उभर गए. Says Naksh, those people who the Nakhoda is the boatman, the person who obviously steers the boat. In Urdu, they call him a Nakhoda, and they use that as a play on words often because the word rhymes with Na, Khuda, no God, and they use it often to juxtapose it with the word God, because people are dependent on the boatman to take them to their destiny. And often there's a motif of this boatman betraying them, the nakhuda. So he says, E naksh, like speaking to himself, those people who this shipman, this boat captain, if you like, was trying to drown, those people, tufan ke zor se wo safine ubar gaye. That by the might of the storm, those ships came back to surface. Allah, Allah. Such is life, really. Such is life, people. You have no idea where, and you have no idea where what will happen, but also what blessings are hidden behind calamities. But the whole point of this theme today of the world is your oyster, being able to seize, because it ties right in, taking a look at this verse that we were looking at, that the world is your playground. You see, that this is the life of this world. أَنَّمَا الْحَيَاةُ الدُّنْيَا لَعِبٌ وَلَهْوٌ. It is just fun and games. So why not? Might as well make the best of it. And in light of that, I thought, let's introduce us to a personality. So people, before Justin Biebers, as I've mentioned, there was the Mamluk Sultan, Rukn-Ud-Deen Biebers. And he spells it in Arabic as Biebers, as you can see in the top right-hand corner. Ba, ya, ba, ra, sin, Biebers. So, who is this person? Let's tell a bit of his story from rags to riches. Allah. And the world is your oyster, people. So, let's start a bit with him and then we'll jump back to the scene and we'll come back to him. So, first of all, Rukn-Ud-Deen, Biebers. His origin, most likely of Turkic origin, from Central Asia. Some people say that he was Circassian, but either way, whether he was of Turkey, most people say he was of some Turkic group origin. And he, what we know about him is, as a very young man, very young, probably, I mean, at most early teens, if that. So he's incredibly young, just, entering his teenage years, perhaps. He gets kidnapped and he's sold off to the, he gets kidnapped by some of the Tatars, who are the Tartars, which are a Turkic origin kind of people as well, Mongolian, that region. So we know at that time Genghis Khan and the whole movement is taking place as well in the Far East. So some swathes of people have moved about and he gets kidnapped. And this did used to happen back then. And he gets, first of all, he's kept with these people, some of these Mongols, these Tartars. And he spends a few years with them. And he learns their language and culture, and he learns some stuff about them. But what happens then, he's sold off, and he gets sold to an aristocrat who, by the name of Alauddin Bundukdar, somebody that had military expertise. As the name Bunduk, which is used as well for a rifle or a gun. In Urdu as well, it's used Bunduk, but Bunduk in Arabic. So Bundukdar, this person, Alauddin, he purchases this slave, who's this young lad now, and he keeps him, and he sees that he's very intelligent. And as he's growing into this strong kind of young man, very, they say he was very tall and had this kind of charm about him as well. He was Central Asian or Circassian, as they say, but they describe him generally as having blue eyes and very tall, having this kind of mystique about him as well. Strong. So Alauddin takes a liking to him, and he thinks, I should train this guy up. So he trains him up, and he becomes very talented with military techniques. Now, he catches the eye of the king at the time, who is the Ayyubi, from the Ayyubid dynasty, from the offspring of Salahuddin al-Ayyubi. Okay, his name is Najmuddin. So Najmuddin al-Ayyubi. So that guy sees him and he thinks, what? This, and now a few years have passed by. And he thinks this person, he seems to be quite strong, seems to be he's got very reasonably eloquent, and he's definitely somebody worth having as your private kind of your guards, the royal guards, and so on. So Najmuddin al-Ayyubi buys him off the aristocrat and frees him. But he frees him into a Mamluk. So now we've got to just pause this story and explain what these Mamluks were. So the Mamluks really begin around this kind of time. They're slaves, but what they would call generally in Arabic, an abd or abid is slave. Okay, Mamluk does mean slave as well. But in this era, it takes a specific term. It has a designated meaning to it. And a Mamluk was somebody who was brought into slavery. So he's not from a slave ancestry. So his mom and dad weren't slaves, but he was enslaved, and then he's freed. So they call them Mamluks. But these particular people, they were made into this kind of royal guards. So they were like a special branch of the military, if you like that. So the Mamluks generally, there's two types, very popular. There, you have the Mamalik al-Bahr or al-Mamalik al-Bahriya, which were the maritime kind of Mamluks, which is to do with the sea. It's actually to do with the River Nile. So the king that had them, what he started to do was he started to set up their kind of residence, this place which was close to the Nile. So they became known as Mamalik al-Bahriya, of the sea, or maritime Mamluks. And then later in generations, there's another type of Mamluks that are from the same thing, but they're known as al-Mamalik al-Burjiya. They're from the citadel. They're from these fortress towers that were built for them. But just so you hear these names in history, you know that there's a distinction. The ones that come first, the early generation, are known as Bahriya, the sea Mamluks or the maritime Mamluks. And so these Mamluks, they are freed slaves, and they often, not often, they're almost always highly skilled in fighting. So the kings are interested in purchasing them. And what happens, so just to pause and give you a bit of backdrop, and we won't go too much into the side history, but we can touch upon that another time. But just so you know that after Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, he leaves behind a few children, and infighting starts between them. Okay, so they start. So Salahuddin al-Ayyubi's kids have a lot of, as they grow up, they split the kingdom, and they start fighting amongst themselves. By the time it reaches their kids, the fighting is quite, I mean, it's very toxic. Okay, so that's the kind of era we're looking at. So what they start to do is to have an army. They want people very loyal to them. So what they're doing is they start buying a lot of these mamalik, because they feel that these people will be more loyal to you and there's less of a threat, and you can just buy them as an army. You see, otherwise you had to enlist soldiers. But if you just buy fighters and then just have them as an encampment, then you've kind of got this. And some of them started to buy like hundreds and thousands of them. So this is the kind of trend that's going on in the royal aristocracy. Now we come back to this point. So what's going on? Anyway, so you've got Najmuddin al-Ayyubi. He's in charge. The kingdom, the Ayyubid kingdom, if I just bring back the map, as you can see, this which becomes the Mamluk kingdom afterwards, it's where this kind of red is showing. So it's Egypt, it's the Levant region, or part of it, Sham in Arabic we say, which is going to include places like Syria, modern day Syria, Jordan, Palestine, maybe parts of Lebanon, that's all known as Sham. So it had that, and it had Egypt, and arguably part of the Hijaz as well. Now, what happens is Najmuddin al-Ayyubi, he passes away, and we'll quickly gloss over some of this, and we can cover that another time. He has a son, Turan Shah, who kind of takes over. He becomes in charge, and then something happens, and then he too passes away. Now, there is a fascinating thing that we can pick up on another time. His wife, Okay, now this is interesting. His wife, Shajarat Dur or Shajaratud Dur, or the tree of pearls, as her name indicates. She's an incredibly fascinating character because what she emerges at this time after um, Turan Shah, she assumes control. Okay, and she actually rises and becomes the caliph, and this is one of the first times ever in Islamic history that the woman is just she is you've had many on many occasions you've had women who have been in power, but for the woman to be the imam, the caliph. So often you'd had a woman who is a princess or a queen who is calling the shots and maybe the most powerful person in the empire at a certain time. But there's always a man there as well. But for once in history, or at this particular time, what you find is there is no man on the scene. It is just her. And this causes some unrest. Okay, so, and we'll come back to her story because there's a lot in her story that goes on another day. We'll touch some parts. So she rules for up to about the better part of 3 months. She gets that much rule, almost about 90 days. But the Egyptian people are just going, they're riveting, and they're going mad that, wait a minute, how is a woman our leader? And so what happens is whilst she was stationed in Egypt, she has the favor of these Mamluks, these kind of military guards, if you like, these Mamluks that are set up by the sea, by the River Nile, Mamalik al-Bahar. So what she thinks is, okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to marry one of these generals, one of these powerful generals. So she finds a suitable Mamluk, and his name is Izzuddin Aybak. And she says that, look, I'll marry you, and I will kind of step down publicly and hand it over to you. And it's very interesting because I mean, it looks like she's pretty much still in control, very much, because what she does is not only does she make him divorce his first wife, she banishes the first wife and his kids from that marriage. Woman scorned. It's the wrath. Allah. So she says to this person who's becoming caliph, who's becoming this king, that, right, you have to give up all your family. You can never see them. And she chucks them out, banishes them, and your kids. So it's just me. And she's very much in control. Shajaratud Dur, a very like an illustrious character. We have to in depth take a look at her at some point. So, okay, let's just pause that story, come back to Rukn-Ud-Deen. Biebers. Years have gone by. He's a grown man. He's a very powerful Mamluk. He too comes over to Egypt. He can see what's going on. He's part of the Mamluk, this whole brigade, and he's very talented amongst them as well. So, okay, so he's there, and this is what's going on. Izzuddin Aybak has taken control. This is the first time a Mamluk, a slave, has risen to this rank. I mean, it has happened previously that the slaves have risen, but here he has risen in this way that the queen, if you like, marries him into status and he becomes the king, the Sultan. Okay. So as he takes over, he's cool. He's a warrior. They're fighting men. They're Mamluks. There's certain wars. They're hearing about the Tartars, the Mongols. They're hearing about all of this. There's some skirmishes on the borders towards Sham. So you can see in these maps. So towards from Central Asia coming down, there's a lot of that going on. There's also some of the rebellions in from Sham to do with the Ayyubid, because the Ayyubids, remember, they're not happy with what's going on because they've got other Ayyubid kind of cousins and people that were still there that are thinking, what's this? Just because the widow of our whatever, Najmuddin al-Ayyubi, has married this, what on earth's going on? So, and they're mocking as well, and they're saying things like, oh, so you're following a woman. And in fact, one of them had said, he sent a letter saying something like, are there no more men left in Egypt? He said, tell us if you haven't got any men left, we'll send you a man. We'll find a man and we'll send him to you. If this, you've put Shajaratul Dur in charge. So this is the kind of scene that is going on. So amidst this, we got to kind of skim through some of this part. Izzuddin Aibak, he dies. Okay. And because there were a lot of wars going on and stuff, and so he dies. Now, as he died, he does have a son, Nuruddin, but he's very young. He's just like a kid. So fair enough. Shajaratul Dur doesn't care. She, puts him in charge. Asks the Mamluks that, do you guys pledge your allegiance? Now here emerges another important personality that you've probably all heard of, or many of you have heard of. Saifuddin Qutuz. Okay, Saifuddin Qutuz. Some people say Qutuz means like a wild dog or something in that language. Now, he is a Mamluk as well. All of the Mamluks are of a similar origin. These are probably Turkic or Central Asian people who were taken into slavery and then freed and brought up with, mind-boggling military prowess. Okay. So Saifuddin Qutuz, he sees that, okay, now Aibak has passed away, Izzuddin Aibak, empty seat. Oh, this one. World is your oyster, yeah. Waste not, one not. Huh? One not, waste not. So he thinks, yaar, taklif na ho to hum baith jaye. So he wants to sit down, but you see, but that's the foolish way to do it. You see, the foolish way to do it is to say, shall I sit down? This one greedy, yaar. Oh, greed, no good. So what? You see, people are much more intelligent than that. What they do is Saifuddin Qutuz, and people will know Saifuddin Qutuz why. Most of you that probably know him, that have heard his name already, he is the Muslim general that eventually thwarts or is responsible for at least the first major strike to thwart the Mongol threat from the Muslim world at the Great Battle of Ain Jalut, which everybody's probably heard of. And we'll cover that in another time. But this is him emerging. He sees that, and he thinks, well, no, well, the route... You see, you're thinking the route to the throne is like this, but actually it's like this, man. So he says that, yeah, the next caliph should be, the Sultan should be Aibak's son, Nuruddin, who's probably like 11 years old or something. He says he should be, that let him be. So, and Saifuddin is a huge commander amongst the Mamluks. So the rest of the Mamluks, Biebers is there. Biebers is like, yeah. Everybody's like, sure. Whatever, you're saying. Now, Saifuddin does this on purpose because he knows the situation is getting pretty bad in the Middle East with the Mongols. The threat is pretty bad. To make matters worse, some Mamluks break off. You see, whilst this is happening, some Mamluks from the maritime, from these sea Mamluks, some of them think, you know what the hell's going on here? Okay, Aibak got in charge, we were behind him, but now we've got this little kid. I ain't gonna back a little kid. The world's going to pieces. Mongols are attacking over there, and this is happening, and that's happening, and we've got an 11-year-old. And keep in mind something. You see, the Mamluks are not from an aristocracy. In the past, like you had Bani Umayyah, Bani al-Abbas, you've got these people who, it's the holy bloodline. The Mamluks don't have a bloodline. They're slaves or former slaves. So to them, it's a meritocracy. They believe in might is right and skill. So what the hell does a kid have? So here there's a little rebellion. Some Mamluks break away. They say, you know what, this is a sinking ship. Let's jump ship. Let's go back to Sham and join with some of the Ayyubids. Like we'll find some. And let's make a force there, and maybe we can take over and eventually come back or something. So there's a person by the name of Aqtai. He jumps ship and takes a bunch of Mamluks with him. Amongst them takes Biebers. Biebers jumps ship as well. He says, forget this. Who's backing a kid? So they all move to Sham, like to Damascus and Halab and those places. Now, right, so as the months go by, there's some infighting between all of these Mamluks. And Saifuddin Qutuz seems to have the upper hand. He's obviously an incredibly talented and trained commander. And he's going and he's attacking these other, the rebellion Mamluks in Sham, and they're having these skirmishes. And meanwhile, the threat from the Mongols is rising, and there's some infighting, and different things are going on. Amidst all of this, right, what happens is the rebellion leader, Aqtai, dies. So people are left, they kind of left stranded a bit. So the Mamluks in Sham are thinking, I don't know, this Saifuddin Qutuz seems to be too good. He's rising and rising. And he didn't put himself forward on purpose, because he let the child be there, because he knew that there was a threat simmering on the horizon, which is the Mongols. And as time would draw near, people want leadership. So when he's winning these little battles and taking over, he's winning their hearts and minds. People are thinking, that guy, we can trust him. He's an epic commander. This guy's, a military general. That's Saifuddin Qutuz. So he gains this reputation. Now, during this time, some of these rebel Mamluks, which includes Biebers, they write to Saifuddin Qutuz for a truce. So Biebers writes to him as well, and he says, look, I'm sorry. Sorry, bhaiya. Mistake, okay? Mistake. He says, man, I make the mistake, yeah. He says, acha. He says, you guys over there. So the Mongols over there, acha. So I've been fighting you. Yaar, mistake, yaar. Bhai. Rather love, yaar, rather love. So he writes to Saifuddin Qutuz, Biebers does, amongst other people, especially Biebers, because he was known as well for his kind of military skills. And he says, look, I'm sorry. And, at the time there was uncertainty. And he says, look, if you'd allow me to come back, I surrender myself to you. If you give me amnesty. And so Saifuddin Qutuz, because one thing about the Mamluks is with them often it just wasn't, they were very what's the word, like they were very just driven by this kind of warrior code, or military, not warrior so much, more like a military code, that the way they saw it is like, oh, okay, you were just following orders, okay, fine. They often, it wasn't personal for them, like they didn't bear these grudges, like, oh, this guy and all his family and they didn't see it like that. So okay, so Qutuz says to him, you know what, come back. So Biebers comes back. Now, in the following weeks and months, the Mongol threat gets even worse, and they've ransacked Baghdad, and they've taken over Baghdad, and they've killed the caliph and Musta'sim, and they've, the whole thing. It's gone to ruins, and the Mongols have taken over Sham. They've taken over Syria. They've taken over all these places. They're continuing to proceed southwards, and so they're taking over places like Palestine. They're taking over, and they're looking to move to Egypt, because Egypt had a reputation. People had heard of Egypt, and they wanted that, and they seem unstoppable. The Mongols were a force that could not be reckoned with. Unstoppable. And they're just sweeping through. I mean, they didn't just take over Baghdad, they made an example out of it. They killed, the way they tortured and killed the caliph. There was no more caliph, by the way. So these are sultans who are kings, but usually the Muslim world, somewhere, some person was claiming to be a caliph. Not that anybody followed him, but still there was a claim. An Abbasid caliph. They killed him. And somebody, when they were killing him, Halako Khan, some people told him that, oh, he is from some royal blood, like he's from the prophet. So he said, so what? And they said, well, the myth has it that if any sacred holy blood is spilt on the ground, then those people become cursed. As in, we will end up getting cursed. So he said, okay. So he got the caliph wrapped up in these rugs and made these horses trample over him just so his blood doesn't leak through. So this is the kind of, I'm giving you an idea of the kind of the madness, the insanity that had kind of laid siege to the Middle East. And Iraq was taken over by the Mongols. Sham was taken over. So whilst this is happening, this is the perfect time for Saifuddin to take control, because the little kid, nobody wants the kid. So he is now, everybody pledges their allegiance to him. They say, we want him because he's already won our hearts and minds. So he becomes now the Sultan and takes control. Saifuddin Qutuz. And okay, so we'll have to fast forward a bit, and we'll come back one of the days to the story of Shajaratul Dur, because she's just a personality. Because it's crazy, because she then gets killed, and there's all this people turn against her, and there's these little politics, and she dies a horrific death as well. And she actually dies a horrific death by people, when they turned against her, because ultimately these Mamluks and these people didn't have loyalty, you see. So when they turned against her, what they did is they brought back the first wife who she had alienated to punish her. And she punishes her by having her beaten, stripped naked, and thrown out of a tower. And then her body, naked body, just left there for days. A horrible, tragic. This is, people prepare for history. We have to cover that story another day, Shajaratul Dur. But moving forward to Saifuddin Qutuz. Saifuddin Qutuz, he prepares for the Mongol onslaught. So the Mongols are marching forward, they're coming down south, and they're in the region of Palestine. And they reach this place known as Ain Jalut, which is really the well of Goliath. That's what it is. And so, and the armies meet at this point. Saifuddin Qutuz brings his Mamluk armies, and they put up an incredible fight. There is something here that I feel often many historians, especially many Muslim historians, leave out, and we'll have to cover that another day. There's a great assistance brought to Saifuddin Qutuz from the Golden Horde, I believe the Golden Horde, the European horde of the Mongols themselves, who under Barke Khan, who had embraced Islam. And it's actually Barke Khan who turns on the Mongols and really, he delivers that decisive blow that leads to their kind of retreat and submission. But people often just give all the praise to Saifuddin Qutuz, who unquestionably plays a very powerful role. I mean, Saifuddin Qutuz was an incredible warrior, and he does bring and the Mamluk army were a fighting army. They were kind of mercenary ex-slaves. So they were incredibly powerful and talented, but is it likely that they on their own would have been able to put a stop to the Mongols? That's something we'll have to cover another day. I personally think that's would have probably been very difficult if it wasn't for Barke Khan, who had embraced Islam and turned against his own cousins, Halako Khan, and brought his Mongol army. And in the end, it was Mongol versus Mongol that kind of led to the to halting the brakes. And I mean, slamming the brakes on the just incessant invasion of the entire Middle East. But okay, we'll cover that another day. What we have is Ain Jalut, the well or the spring of Goliath. Victory is to the Muslims, clearly. So whether it's with Barke Khan, I mean, it's definitely with Barke Khan, but the Mamluks celebrate massively. So they are thrilled, absolutely, that it's unbelievable for people that the Mongols retreat, because this was unheard of. The Mongols were like a mean, unstoppable machine. That it's not even conceivable that they would retreat. But they did, and often, like I mentioned, it was because of the infighting that turns within them as well, because of the ones that had become Muslim under Barke Khan. But here they retreat. This is a huge success for the Mamluks. The Mamluks secure Sham, which is that region. Not Iraq and those regions. Those are still out of their reach, but they secure Sham. And now Saifuddin Qutuz is retreating. The news has got back to Cairo. Everybody's celebrating. People are over the moon. They can't believe this success. Biebers, Rukn-Ud-Deen Biebers, plays a powerful role in that battle of Ain Jalut, of the well of Goliath, or the spring of Goliath. He plays an incredibly heroic role alongside Saifuddin Qutuz. He's seen as his kind of right-hand man. This is how powerful he is. When they are securing Sham, the Mamluks, they stay there for a little while. They secure it, and then they're heading back. Now, as they're heading back, certain regions are allocated to people. Rukn-Ud-Deen Biebers, he feels that he's going to be given a region in Sham, like since he's the right-hand man, that you'll be given, you'll be given Halab or one of these places, but he isn't. Wow, this goes to show, when you have people that are close to you and they've done something, you should always reward them handsomely, because otherwise, see, greed. Oof. Badi zalim cheez hai. It is something, the monstrosity of greed. So what happens is Biebers is quite upset. We should be playing a Justin Bieber song in the background whilst Biebers is, but he hides it. But he is upset. He's hurt. Yeah, he's like, Dil tod diya. You broke my heart. So what happens is, when they're en route back to Cairo and they're getting closer to Cairo, Biebers approaches Saifuddin Qutuz, and he goes with him to some say he goes hunting with him, or he goes somewhere. And he has some other people with him as well, who are also now resentful towards Saifuddin Qutuz. And he tells them that basically, I've had enough of him. I'm going to sort him out. Biebers is. And he goes to him, he says, and Saifuddin Qutuz was an incredible warrior. You have to remember this. Obviously, somebody who always had his sword on him, always had people at an arm's length. And so it wasn't easy just getting up close to Saifuddin Qutuz. So, but Biebers, at the end of the day, he said, hum bhi koi kam nahi. So he goes to him and he says, Ya Sultan, Ya Maulai. He says, can I make a request? He says, I wanted to ask for a slave girl from the Mongols, a particular one. So he says, Wo wali, that one. So there's obviously, because when they beat the Mongols, they had this, what they called back then, they used to call the booty, the war booty. But chalo isme booty bhi samajh lo. You can understand in that booty there was, as people would say, booty in that booty. So he had, so they had all these slave girls. So Biebers says to him, look, he says, Ya Sultan, can I please have that particular slave girl? And, please, yeah. And so Saifuddin Qutuz says, yeah, go for it, man, go for it. So at this point, when he says that, Rukn-Ud-Deen Biebers says, oh, shukran ya Maulai. And as a protocol, he says, your hand, please. And so the Sultan puts forward his hand, that kiss the hand, man. So what they would do is, as a protocol, they'd kiss the hand. So he holds his hand to kiss it, grips it, pulls it. So the Sultan slips forward, and as he slips, he takes out his dagger straight in the heart. Oh, wow, 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 wow. वफा की उम्मीद जिन्हें होगी उन्हें होगी, हमें तो देखना है तू बेवफा कहां तक है. आए गद्दार दुनिया, जालिम दुनिया, पापी संसार. This is it, people. Betrayal. And as he stabs him with the dagger in the heart, the other people jump from behind and they start stabbing Saifuddin Qutuz. And so with that, Saifuddin Qutuz, the commander of Ain al-Jalut, the battle of Ain al-Jalut, dies a death. They bury him there, and they return to Cairo. When they return, obviously the commanders that were left in control of, like, they had some ministers that were obviously Mamluks, and they had what would be the equivalent of a home minister and stuff like this. They are told that Qutuz is dead. He was killed. So that minister asks who killed him first, like who struck him with the fatal blow. So Biebers says, I did. See, military men. So what that wazir minister says, he says, then you deserve to take his place. You see, because to the Mamluks, there was no blood. There was no blood legacy. They weren't related to one another. They didn't believe in a bloodline. They believed in merit and might. They were men who had been raised on a military code that might is right. So when he saw that, oh, so you killed him, so you're more deserving. Just very regimental, yeah, just regiment. That's how they were. So he says, well, in that case, I nominate Biebers to take his place. And here, Rukn-Ud-Deen Biebers rises as the Sultan. And he first of all chose himself the name Al-Qahir, the forceful, which has a very kind of negative, can have a negative undertone to it. So people don't like it, actually. So then he changes the name to Zahir. So he's often known as Al-Zahir, Al-Malik Al-Zahir, because he chose that name, Al-Zahir, then the one that's apparent and he's above, if you like. So Al-Zahir, Biebers. And he's known as Bunduqdari. And you see, it's interesting because he then goes on to really captivate the hearts and minds of the Egyptian people. He starts investing in the city in Cairo. He starts he sets up a project to create certain masjids and madaris. The madaris Zahiriya are built in his time, named by his funding. He refurbishes Al-Azhar, the masjid and the whole institute. I mean, it's a university today, but back then it was a masjid and a center of learning. He renovates that. What he does is he also, at the time, he realizes that there was some skirmishes down south with the Nubian kingdom, the kingdom of Kush. So what he does is he actually squashes them and takes that, annexes that to his kingdom. So he's getting more wealth and he spends loads on people. So weeks, months, years start to pass by. And he's captivated the hearts of the people. On one occasion, there was an issue with one of the governors in the Haramain, because that part wasn't under their control at first. So he sends certain gifts to Mecca and Medina, and because he wants to keep he wants to tick every box. And one of the governors of Mecca and Medina, they object to him or something, and they refuse. There's some issue where they refuse entry or something to certain Mamluks. So what he does is he uses that as an excuse to take over. So he gets an army ready. They go and they take over Mecca and Medina and annex it to the Mamluk dynasty. And what they do is they call themselves as in Khadim al-Haramain, as in the one, Hami, as in the protector of the Haramain, not the servant, but the protector, Hafidhu Himal Haramain. And he invests some money and the kiswa of the Kaaba. He'll have a brand new kiswa made and put up. And another genius move he does to win the hearts of people is, you see, there was no more Abbasid caliph. So what he does is he finds a relative. He had come across the uncle of the last caliph that was still alive. So what he does is he invites him over to Egypt and crowns him as the caliph. Okay. And he says that you will now be seated, the royal seat will not be in Baghdad, it will be in Cairo of the caliphate. And basically it's basically just a show. There's nothing. The caliph is useless. He's nobody. He just says to him that, look, I'm going to crown you as caliph, but you basically have to then coronate me as the main man, and which he does. So it's just a display. So he basically says that this is the caliph, we pledge allegiance. Then the caliph says in a public sermon that I hand over I hand over the office of all affairs to be handled by Rukn-Ud-Deen Biebers, who is the Sultan. So you have, it's like saying you have this, he's just the caliph is not even monumental, he's just there as a symbol. And then he passes away, and then he has his son, Al-Hakim Billah, who's a kid, young person, but as the next caliph, and he reestablishes this symbol to win the hearts and minds of people, but also to consolidate Cairo as a new capital of the Muslim world. Because now Cairo is where the caliph is. You see, even if the caliph is just a name, and nobody has seen him or nobody knows who he is, but still it doesn't matter. And so what Biebers does during this time is he consolidates Sham, and he'll sometime go to Sham, he stays there, he comes back. There was a somewhat of a threat from the Mongols afterwards, but it never reaches that potential and it disappears. Some people say that he himself travels undercover to Mongol territory because as a kid, when he was enslaved, by the Mongols, he learnt their language. So according to some people, he traveled there and went right up to the great Khan's palace, and outside there were certain stalls and tradesmen, and he buys something, and in exchange he exchanged this ring, which is his ring, and he says, look, I've got this ring, but he pretends to just be like a nobody, just a trader. And this is according to one story, and he gives this ring to this person, and then, or some people say it was like a symbol, but I read generally a ring, and then he comes back. And usually the Mongols wouldn't let people into their territories because if you didn't speak Mongolian, you'd be caught out straight away. And so when he comes back, he then allegedly writes a letter to the great Khan saying, look, you better watch yourself, go to such and such stall outside your thing and you'll see my ring. And if I can reach your palace, then it's not too long before I reach you. Biebers was doing it, back then. So he thwarts any potential threat, and he establishes security and stability. This is the first de facto stable Sultan, king of the Mamluks, is Biebers. Rukn-Ud-Deen Biebers, or he's known as Al-Zahir, the King Zahir, Malik al-Zahir Biebers. Now, his rule lasts for 10 years. Okay, a decade. Now, compare that with the decade before. The decade before, was all of those events that we quickly went over, starting from Najmuddin al-Ayyubi to him dying to, Turan Shah, his son, dying, whatever, having some instability, infighting with the cousins, dying, leaving his widow, Shajaratul Dur, who then rules, has people rebelling against her, rebellion because she's a woman, still holds it down for a few months, chaos, then decides to, as a side move, unprecedented, marries a slave, a military slave who rises Abak, who then dies, and then his son is put in charge, that Nur-ud-Deen, right? And then you've got a rebellion between the Mamluks, and then Saifuddin Qutuz rises and he crushes the rebellion, and then he becomes the Sultan. All of that is 10 years. The subsequent succeeding 10 years are the Biebers years. Stability, peace, money, opulence. He takes in the kingdom of Kush, the Nubian dynasty. He has so much money. They say that there was a year in which there was a famine. And in that year, they say, or a certain part of the year, that Biebers opened up all his treasuries to feed the people of his surrounding in Egypt, that were around Cairo and all those places, that he would have incessant, non-stop food sent to them. So you can see the things he's doing for the people. At the same time, he's become now the protector of the Haramain. He also renovates not only Al-Azhar and sets up masajid there, he renovates Bayt al-Maqdis, Jerusalem, Dome of the Rock. He also renovates Masjid al-Khalil, Ibrahim alayhi salam's masjid. He has money spent on Haramain. He's really doing a lot. And they mention about him that he has a ceremony for his son's circumcision. So not quite the ceremony you normally hear of. I mean, we've heard of the Oscars, and well, here there's another kind of Oscar, not an Oscar, but another ceremony going on. And so for this circumcision of his son, he has this massive feast for the entire town. And what he does is he says, we're going to host, with my son's circumcision, I'll make it an open circumcision day. And he says, what we'll do is anyone that has a child that's not circumcised can bring his or her child, and we will circumcise them as well. So we'll have everybody circumcised, and there'll be food and there'll be gifts for these young boys, and we'll do. So they say something like, I think over 400 boys were circumcised in one day. So this is the kind of things that he's up to, just to give you some. But he's risen from, we're taking a look at, just pause this for a moment, and you go to his origin. Seized, kidnapped, sold into slavery, and then finds himself, you see, seizing the world in front of him, albeit via the path of treachery, but finds himself securely on a throne, establishing stability in a kingdom that hasn't seen stability in years. So this is his legacy. Now check this. To seal this, to throw in something interesting, what happens is, when there's certain issues that he's seen to in Sham. So sometimes he oscillates between Cairo and Damascus. He's in Damascus dealing with some rebellions, crushing them, a warrior of a person. People love him. Everything's going good. And then, Allah, one day there's a lunar eclipse. And you say, yeah, what the hell has a lunar eclipse got to do with this? My friend, plot twist, yaar. Kahani mein plot twist. So what happens is one day there's a lunar eclipse. Now, the common people, the masses, the laity, the laymen, the awamun nas, they have an urban myth that if there's a lunar eclipse, then a great person of power dies. So Biebers is aware of this. So he thinks, damn. So he gets superstitious. He thinks, yaar, what is this one, man? Maybe, I don't want to die. So he thinks, this is what people believe. And so he thinks, you know what? Part of him is worried for him that maybe he's going to die. A part of him is worried for people, as in not worried, but concerned that people are expecting a great leader to die. So what do we do? So he comes up with a plot. He thinks, yaar, I've navigated through all these streets and these twists and turns of life. Zindagi jabre musalsal ki tarah kaati hai. Jaane kis jurm ki pai hai saza, yaad nahi. He's been through all of this of life, so he thinks, you know what? I've got a plan. Somebody big should die, huh? Why not, huh? Why not? So what he does is he finds, pause for a moment, remember Turan Shah, who is the offspring. So he's the son of Najmuddin al-Ayyubi, Turan Shah, who dies. Turan Shah had some say it's his children or his grandson, or so maybe he had a daughter and his son, or some people say it was like a nephew or his cousin, whoever, but there's some young kid who is related to Turan Shah, therefore related to Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, because he's from that lineage. And he's young, at most very early teens, very young, maybe like 13, 14. So Biebers comes to learn about him. So Biebers thinks, yaar, you know what? I bet this guy, this person's name is Nasiruddin, I believe, this young kid. He says, I bet he is trying to assassinate me and take over. So, see, this is the problem, because they've been through so much betrayal in their lives and treachery, and they themselves have been the treacherous ones. He's thinking, yeah, I bet this guy is trying to do this to me. Right. So now so what he does is he thinks he can't seem to get this OCD thought out of his mind, this lunar eclipse. He's now heard of this great grandson of Salahuddin al-Ayyubi that's here, this, and he thinks, So he calls him. He calls this young kid, invites him. He's really sweet to him. He says, yeah, what is this one, yeah? He says, you don't write, you don't call. So he's being real sweet with him. And he says to him that, he says, you know what? He invites him to his palace. And he tells him that, look, to be honest, I'm established in Egypt more so. And, your ancestors, Salahuddin al-Ayyubi and all these people, they had a great legacy. They took back from the Crusaders. And I want to instate you. I want you to have some proper role, like maybe you could be in charge of Damascus, or something like this. I want you to have some role. And he's being really kind, and he's having all this food prepared for him, and he's showing him so much love and respect, and this young person is like, okay. Now the young person had no intention of assassinating him or anything like this, but Biebers has this OCD thought kind of planted in his head. He can't eradicate it. So he's thinking, this guy must be a threat. So he thinks, you know what, I gotta kill him. ये खून के रिश्ते जो हैं, ये खून बहाकर ही खत्म होते हैं. It's like these relations of blood, they can only be finished by spilling blood. He's going by that rule. So he's he's kind of sweet talking this kid, and he's like, yeah, don't worry, come, let me show you around. He's introducing him to a few people, and so he's kind of won over his trust and his respect. So this young person is thinking, wow, he's thinking that this guy's really cool, man. I really like this Rukn-Ud-Deen Biebers. He's a really cool guy. So what happens is, it's a meal. They're getting ready for some meal and to rest. So Biebers, what he does is, he says to him, by the way, let's take some drinks. So they would have like some kind of cool version of royalty cool drink. He says, let's take some lemonade, yeah. Lemonade time, yeah. Life throws lemons at you, yeah. So he takes him into this chill room, and he's got a cup there. And what Biebers does is he puts poison in it. Poisons this chalice. and the kid's there, and he gives it to him. He says, yeah, you gotta try this, man. You gotta try this lemonade, yeah. He'll be coming back for more. So whilst he's giving him the cup, and the guy's all chilled in this nice chilled out quarters, Biebers says, you know what? He says, listen, I just gotta go check on something. I'll be back. He gets up and walks off. Biebers thinks, this guy, I'll leave him with the poisoned cup, with the poisoned chalice. As he walks out himself, he sees one of the servants that had come to drop that was walking. He sees one of the servants, and he says to him, he says, listen, he says, grab me a drink and meet me over there. So, okay, now this kid in the room, this Nasiruddin, he drinks the drink which has poison, but obviously it's not instant. It doesn't just kill you there and then. So he's drinking it, and he's left a certain amount. He's put it down. That's one of the servants comes in, and he asks him, are you okay? Can I get you anything? He says, no, I'm okay. He sees the cup, and it looks like it's finished, but it's still got a certain amount in there. And he says, shall I take this? And he says, yeah, take it. So he takes that, and as this servant is walking away, he just tops it up with a drink. He goes to the thing, tops it up, and brings it to Biebers, because Biebers had asked for a drink. Unbeknownst to him, that the little bit of juice that was in there was actually poisoned. So he just adds more juice to it and brings it to Rukn-Ud-Deen Biebers, who drinks it, knocks it back. He says, glass, yaar. He says, Pina to aao yaar. He says, zara kuch pee lein. So what happens is, Biebers is waiting for about something like 20 minutes, and he thinks, well, half an hour, that kid should be poisoned by now. So he walks in there, and he's poisoned. And he's obviously, after, when it kicked in, the kid has died. So Biebers thinks to himself, I've averted this superstition. And I've also averted a threat, because I bet he wanted to kill me. And here is a great person who has now been killed. So the superstition has come right. Little does he know that he himself is poisoned. And within the coming hour, he himself curls up and he's shaking with the poison and dies on his bed in that room. And they find him dead. So not only do they find that young Salahuddin Ayyubi's kind of great grandkid dead, but they find Rukn-Ud-Deen Biebers himself had accidentally poisoned himself as well. From rags to riches, huh? Allah, Allah, Allah. Those who live by the sword die by the sword. And you see that his journey, though, how he finds himself kidnapped and a slave and learns the culture of these Mongols and their language, and then learns how to fight and impresses Alauddin Bundukdar, and who this aristocrat who buys him, and then eventually he's, because of his military skill set, he's shown off to the king Salahuddin al-Ayyubi's offspring, Najmuddin, who then purchases him and frees him as part of the Mamluk brigade and moves him to Egypt, and he rises in those ranks of the Mamluks, and eventually not only is one of the key warriors in the fight of Ain al-Jalut that thwarts the Mongol threat, but then betrays Saifuddin Qutuz, kills him, rises to the throne. But despite such treachery, manages in the years to come to supplant his hatred, the hatred of him, with his love in the hearts of all of his civilians and subjects in Egypt, and spends so much money on them, and reestablishes, or not reestablish, but at least brings back symbolically a caliph, the Abbasi caliph, to win the hearts and minds of people, sponsors the Haramain and invests in them, and rebuilds Jerusalem and Dome of the Rock and Masjid al-Khalil, and sets up a madrasa and renovates Al-Azhar and funds many projects and invests during famines, and really secures a legacy, becoming the first major de facto stable ruler of the Mamluk dynasty. Then eventually, in his, unbeknownst to him when the hour of death had come, can't seem to shake off this suspicion, this paranoia, and thereby has to kill, especially in light of the superstition, this great grandson of Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, only to kill himself in the act as well. Ya salam. Allah, Allah. وَتِلْكَ الْأَيَّامِ نُدَاوِلُهَا بَيْنَ النَّاسِ. But this is the dunya. As Allah says, that's what it is. لَعِبٌ وَلَهُ. These distractions and games. وَتَكَاثُرٌ فِي الْأَمْوَالِ وَالْأَوْلَادِ. But this is what it is. You see? And it is like كَغَيْث. It is like this rain coming. أَعْجَبَ الْكُفَّارَ نُبَاتُ. It is, the farmers see this harvest and it grows, and the fruits, and then it's just cut down. وَفِي الْآخِرَةِ. In the end, عَذَابٌ شَدِيدٌ وَمَغْفِرَةٌ. Allah. You see, min Allah, from Allah wa ridwan. In the end, either leading to a suffering, as this person suffers in the end, as you can see, or it leads to a sense of bliss and happiness. So many lessons. Wow. But what a personality to learn about. Rukn-Ud-Deen Biebers, and how his life is intertwined and interfused with the likes of Saifuddin Qutuz, Shajratul Tur, with Najmuddin al-Ayyubi, and many others. And there were many scholars in his time as well, like those like Imam Nawawi, those like Izzuddin ibn Abd salam, who actually pledged their allegiance to him. So I thought I'd share that with you all, and let's move on, people. What I'll do is, what's this going on? Right, is there? Let me just see. Right, people, is there? Okay, no trolling. Anybody trolling will be blocked. Right, I'm just seeing who. I don't know who's. Okay, so I've blocked any person trolling. I'm gonna be blocking you. Okay. So, people, that's a story. Just a quick note following that, and then I'm going to share the link, and you're more than welcome to jump on. About superstitions, you see, it's important to understand. There was a profound quote I read. It said that about superstitions, ما أضعف حجتها وما أشد وطعتها. Okay, that or batshataha, that the see superstitions, the evidences or the their power to convince you is so weak, yet its affliction is I mean, it's so powerful, so formidable. People who get afflicted by superstitions, they have such a curse on them. Right, okay. I'll share the link. I've shared the link in the comments. Let me check if there was a super chat that I missed. Arabian Princess. Let me just see. لأن هذه هي مشيئة الذي أرسلني إن كان من يرى الابن ويؤمن به تكون له الحياة أبدية وأنا أقيمه في اليوم الأخير يسوع المسيح. Okay, well, Arabian Princess, I appreciate your super chat. Shukran for that. And what she's saying is this is the will of the divine who has sent her, I guess, as in she means inspired her, but sent her to anyone and everyone who professes belief and faith in the Son, and that they'll have an eternal life. And she establishes that for this world and the afterworld. Well, okay, we respect your faith, sure, and I appreciate the super chat. Much love. Right, let's see. Right. Right. So, let me go back. I don't think I. Wait a minute. Did the link not get shared? I thought it did. Share it again. All right. If anybody does want to jump on, otherwise we can wrap this up as well. Quite. It's going to be Ramadan. By the way, I'm going to take a break. I look forward to my break in Ramadan. So, so I'm afraid, but I will try to upload other things like maybe the Arabic classes and stuff. Speaking of Arabic classes, I was thinking of doing like an Arabic grammar text. I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Right. So, what is going on? Won't evil eye be considered a superstition? Yeah, I guess. I mean, you see, it depends if somebody believes in it. So the evil eye, the Islamic approach to it really is that there's no such thing as the evil eye. That's according to certain ulama, because it doesn't really make any sense. Now, there are some ulama that believe in an evil eye, and so therefore, and I think the common people, the majority of the common people probably believe in the evil eye. This really is just more so because this is nothing to do with, I don't think their belief in it is to do with Islam. Their belief in it is just a continuation of pre-existing beliefs. So if you, let's say when you go back in time by about 200 years, everybody in the world everywhere believed in the evil eye. So regardless of whether you're Muslim, atheist, you could have been anyone, but they believed in the evil eye, especially if you went back a few hundred years. So you could be Hindu, you could be Muslim, you could be Zoroastrian, you could be Jewish, you could be Christian, you could be Buddhist, you could believe in no God, but you'd still believe in the evil eye. Why? Because they believed the evil eye, they believed that was scientific, because scientific meaning the understanding of how the world worked, so the mechanisms of the world. So people felt that vision was extramission, not intromission. So people used to think, if you go back a few hundred years, people used to think the eyes emit visual rays, and then whatever they cast the ray on is what creates our visual field. Later on, they realized actually the eyes don't emit anything. There's an intromission. They kind of introject, or they allow the light in, and obviously we reflect. We can pick up what's being shown to us. We don't emit anything. So when they believe that the eyes emit these rays, it makes sense to think, well, it's like saying, look, if I breathe and I go, now there's a breath coming out. So it's easy it makes sense that if I had, let's say, a disease, now as a person breathes out, that would come out with the breath. So with the eyes, there was no breath. There was this invisible ray that was coming out, and it was shooting these rays that we could see. So if there was a malice in the soul, since the eyes are the windows to the soul, then it would make sense that you are shooting out malice. So that's the science behind it. So it didn't mean you didn't have to be Muslim. So I don't, you see, I feel it's a tough sell that the people believe in the evil eye because of Islam. They believe in it regardless of Islam. So they believed in this anyway, way before Islam, and even after Islam, people believed in this, and other religions, and no religion, because that's how they thought the world operated. Then people found evidences to support their claims. So there's nothing in the Quran that says anything like that, but people found certain hadith to say that, that there's that al-aynu haq. Now, some people may argue that these hadith are not valid. Others, let's say people who say the hadith are valid. Now, some of them may say, well, okay, but this hadith doesn't mean it in that way. So this hadith of saying, look, al-aynu haq, that the evil eye is true, or sorry, the evil eye has a certainty to it, a truth, meaning that, you see, be watchful of the envious eye, because people can cause you harm, but not in the literal sense. Not in the sense that they look at you and you develop cancer, but in the sense that, you see, when a person gets jealous, they act out, they have an enmity, they have a hatred that people can sometimes, it is true that people can influence behavior by, when you have a sense of you're being watched and you yourself behave differently. And also that you behave sometimes recklessly. You see, when a person gets a fast car or a brand new, you get all these people with these supercars and they're trying to show off. Who are they showing off to? To the eye, to the watcher, to the viewer, to the spectator. And it's reckless. It brings out a reckless side in you, which then causes you to befall some harm, because that's the path you're taking. You're bringing out a side of you that is a recipe for disaster. So one could say, in that sense, yes, al-aynu haq, you see, the spectating eye, it creates that, it alters a state of consciousness being watched, does. But so there's different ways to interpret. And some people, obviously, the common one that people would interpret for that is envy. And it's not that the envious eye causes harm by looking at you, but that they may act out on it. Okay, so this is an important part. Then other people feel that no, the eye is, evil eye exists. They blame the evil eye. To be honest, there's, sure, people can follow that. If you want to follow that, you can follow it, because you can believe whatever you want. This free world, a person can say, look, I follow what these ulama say, and they said it in the past. And sure, but they were saying it scientifically. So if you read Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah, he's explaining in his book, he's saying that the eye emits these little rays and it shoots out harmful rays, which are like arrows. And he describes them in elaborate detail. He says that they're these tiny little arrows, they come out of the eye and they go and they hit a person. And he's explaining his science of why he thinks this works. Obviously, today, the science isn't that. So if you see, this is the irony, even they didn't believe it just on sheer, without a mechanism, like they believed it based on mechanics of how the eye operates. They didn't believe it just without any cause and effect. So, yeah, so it's interesting. I do feel that many people's lives are unfortunately ruined because of these kind of beliefs. You see, what a person believes is up to them. My advice to people, first, that this is only to those people who want my advice. You see, many people, if a person says, look, my life is fine, I'm going to, I believe in this and I do that, fine, live it. But my advice to other people is, look, Allah is sufficient. That hasbunallah. That these little evil things coming and ruining people's lives, no. The only source of power is one God. That is it. That if you put your belief in these little dynamics, supernatural belief, because this is not a natural, this is a supernatural belief. This is saying there's no cause and effect. It's just miraculously doing it. By looking at someone, I'm causing death. Because this is what they say, by the way. They say you can cause death by looking with the eye. That's the definition. See, life and death and harm, it only comes from Allah. Illness only comes. These things, if you feel that people can do these things by looking at you, then unfortunately you will have to live that life. And it comes back to this thing that, we had this story of Rukn-Ud-Deen Biebers, who tries to escape this superstition. But he believes it, and thereby it leads to his own destruction. And one could say that the superstition was then true. That's the thing. Whoever believes in superstitions, they end up becoming true for them. Because the hadith says, Allah says, I treat my servant, I treat my person as he expects me to treat them. So if you expect God to treat you in a way that people can give you bad luck, then you will be riddled with bad luck your whole life. But if you believe that God doesn't allow these things to happen, then you'll see that these things don't happen to you. It's amazing the power of belief. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Right. So, right, let me see. Right, I've got some people tuning in. I've got a right. All right. Let me just gotta switch this on first. Let me find Bluetooth settings, people. Got to get to, here they are. All right, okay, I had a feeling this was going to happen. Okay, wait there. Let me remove this device. Oh, wait there. Actually, it could be that I'm... It could just be that I'm connected to too many devices, which does happen as well every now and then. I'll get it. If it doesn't connect, okay, then let me just reset this. Okay, remove this device. How do you... let me see. Okay. Right, just scanning for it. There it is. All right. Have we connected? We have connected, people. All right. There you go. That's all it took. All right. Who do we have here? We have Masihe Muslim. Masihe Muslim. Masihe Muslim, can you... I can't see the webcam. Activate the webcam. No. Is that Moshe Muslim? Writing seems so small. I'll tell you what, let me add it. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Is Masihe Muslim, as in Christian Muslim? Is that what it's meant to say? Or is there a spelling mistake there? Oh, yep, I can see they're Muslims for Jesus. Okay. Right, who am I speaking to? Where are you joining us from?
Well, I'm, first of all, thank you for having me. And I am joining you from USA, from New Jersey.
Sure,
and,
okay, so what's your name?
My name is, you can call me, everybody calls me Masihe Muslim.
They call you what, sorry?
They all call me
Masihe
Muslim.
Oh, Masihe Muslim. Okay. Okay, Masihe Muslim. Right. How can we... what would you like to grace us with? What thoughts are preoccupying your precious mind?
I tell you, I find you, I've been on this channel once or twice. This is the twice or third time maybe. And I find you to be a very open-minded Mufti. You are not bogged down. And that is good. And I said, let me talk to you. Basically,
Mm-hmm.
I'm from Pakistan, and I've been
Sure.
in the USA for now 22 years.
Wow.
I've
Okay.
I've been in Dubai for quite some time. Then, as everybody heads towards the USA once they have settled in Dubai, so we said,
Mm-hmm.
okay, let's go ahead and settle in USA because
Why
two of my
not?
kids
Why
were
not?
born in United Arab Emirates, but the problem was they had no rights. So in spite of the fact that they were born there, no rights,
Mm-hmm.
no nationality, nothing. So we
Sure.
said, okay,
I
let's
agree.
let's head to a country where they give you nationality, where they
Mm-hmm.
give you rights. So we came down to the USA.
Sure. Sure. Sure.
And
Mhm.
you said
Okay.
something beautiful over here, which is Allah is sufficient, which is
Mm-hmm.
beautiful. He is sufficient. But the
Sure.
problem with the Ummah is, and with
Okay.
various scholars and muftis, is that they do not take Allah to be sufficient. Let's
Sure. Okay.
take the blasphemy law. Now, the
Mm-hmm.
blasphemy law actually says Allah is not sufficient. Let's take things in our own hands.
Mm-hmm.
Though Surah Al-Hajr 1595 clearly states, sufficient am I unto thee against those who scoff. If
Mm-hmm.
anybody is saying anything to the Prophet,
Mm-hmm.
is scoffing the Prophet, don't take matters in your hand, for sufficient am I unto thee against those who scoff.
Mm-hmm.
What are your views on this?
I mean, I'm so I take it you've probably not watched much of my stuff, but I've got talks on all of this on blasphemy and stuff like this. I disagree with these blasphemy rules and laws, as do many ulama, although they may unfortunately be in a minority. But there are several voices that have always said that the blasphemy laws were just simply siyasa shar'iyya. It was more a political angle with that political dynamic. It was not something, it was not a had from the hududullah. It was just a punishment that people had come up with, which they saw akin to treason of old. So treason in the olden days. And that's what they were. They weren't, and it wasn't something that Muslims invented. Everybody in the world had those kind of treason laws, and Muslims were no exception. They too had it. They were just a community amidst many communities of the world that had them, and yeah, and that's what it was. And then people find justification for it later on, but I think it's more a very tribalistic phenomenon as opposed to it being a theological phenomenon. So, although it's justified later on by people seeking out religious validation, but it is in essence just a tribe of people fearing when somebody turns against the tribe. Hence, the early Hanafi school said that it didn't apply to women. So they made it clear, because why? Because they write, because the woman is not a threat to them. So they did not used to have the had for the female apostate. So it clearly shows it wasn't a matter of belief, because if it was a matter of belief, then it should have been the same between everyone. And if it was that important that life and death depends on it, then it should have been in the Quran to start off with. So none of these, it's not in the Quran. It's not really even in any, they find just one or two hadith. It's not something which is very clearly documented. And secondly, when they do find it, it's not clear what are they talking about. So what seems to appear is most people understand this to mean that it was a treason. It wasn't just a belief issue. It was that this person, because people lived in communities, was now a renegade who was going to leave that community, and he knows how the town and the fortress is built, and he knows how things are. He's going to now go join an enemy community, and then he will share the secrets of how this town is built, and where do we keep all our storage, and where do we have supplies, and basically he's a threat to the entire community now. So this is, and considering that this was, every part of the world had this. It wasn't just Christians or Muslims, it was everyone. So yeah, so that's what it is. Unfortunately, it is there today in some parts of the world, which it doesn't really make any sense. It doesn't belong there. It's in Pakistan, and it shouldn't really, because Pakistan is a Hanafi country by Hanafi fiqh. In Hanafi fiqh, there is no had for this. Okay, so for blasphemy, there is no had. They are not, the fatwa in Pakistan, which is judges, the Islamic side of Pakistan, is all based on the madhab of Imam Abu Hanifa. And the madhab of Imam Abu Hanifa does not have capital punishment for blasphemy. It says you can't kill someone for blasphemy. So this is a very recent thing that was once again introduced, I believe, by General Zia. In his time,
That's right.
believe it was introduced. And it was, you see, and he's hardly a religious symbol. So it's something that's introduced at a time when fanaticism was rising. So, yeah, I mean, but that's my thoughts on it.
But taking another angle to this, you see, the thing is that the one thing which is an unforgivable sin, and that is shirk. Now, when the Quran clearly states, Allah Ta'ala is stating, "Sufficient am I unto thee against those who scoff," which means if you take matters in your hand, you are now committing shirk.
Okay. Right. I mean, obviously that kind of corollary, this logical following, doesn't exactly follow in that. But I see your sentiment. I see why you're saying that. I understand that sentiment. Sure. Do you mind me asking you a question? I'm a bit confused, and I just want to clarify. Sorry. It says, because I can't see you, I can only see your logo. It says Muslims for Jesus, Masihe Muslim. Is this, I mean, is this a Christian branch of something?
Let me share with you my shahada. Then you would like to listen to my shahada?
Okay. Why not? Chalo, ye bhi
La
sun
ilaha illallah. La ilaha illallah. Isa Ruallah. Muhammad Rasulallah. This is my shahada.
Sure. I mean, I don't. Okay, I don't understand what's the.
The Arab hegemony shahada. The Arab hegemony shahada is La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulallah. My shahada is La ilaha illallah Isa Ruallah Muhammad Rasulullah.
Isa Ruhullah. I mean, to be fair, in Islam, Isa is called Ruhullah. That's the title, as Musa is called Kalimullah. And, so yeah. So, okay. I mean, out of curiosity, curious
Go ahead.
Well, there must be a reason why you've decided to kind of to put that there. Obviously, nobody is denying. In Islam, we call Isa alayhi salam Ruhullah or Kalimatullah, or we call these names are the titles given to Isa alayhi salam. but for you putting it in there and then calling yourself Masihe Muslims and then Muslims for Jesus, how is there anything different between you and what, I don't know, regular Muslims, or is there something different? Are you somewhat Christian? I mean, I don't understand I'm trying to understand the Christian element.
Well, the thing is that there is a Christian element there, of course, in the sense that I belong to a family which is Muslim and Christians, right?
Oh,
So
okay, okay.
right. So basically, there's
So you're kind of converging in the middle. You're
yeah.
saying,
So and the thing is that what I find very disturbing is that there's so much clash going on, and especially
between your
with
family.
not between my family, between Muslim Christians, right?
Oh, right, yeah, yeah.
I'll tell you, between Muslims and Christians, especially with this social media, you have Christians going against the Muslims and the Muslims going against the Christians. And when you study the Quran and when you study the
Mm-hmm,
Bible, there's so much similarity. Of course, the biggest blunders the Christians have done, they have
mm-hmm,
taken Jesus to be God or equal to
mm-hmm,
God. That is the biggest blunder of Christianity.
mm-hmm,
That said, the biggest
mm-hmm,
blunder of Islam is, in spite of the
mm-hmm.
fact that they do not say that Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is equal to God or God, but they take him to be greater than God. I'm not saying they say that. I'm saying they take him. And
Okay.
this is the problem between the two religions. These are two basic problems. And
I mean,
we have to find we
right.
have to
Okay.
find
I
common
think what
ground.
you're
Common ground.
sure. I mean, do you okay? So just on that point, and then coming to this, I think what you're trying to say is maybe people you're trying to speak about the clash or somewhat of a clash between Quran and Hadith is when you're saying people take the Prophet to be God, because otherwise, generally, I don't think any Muslim would
No,
acknowledge that claim that we
no,
treat the
no
Prophet to
one
be
would. No,
God.
please, I'm
Yeah,
not saying they actually
yeah,
consider him to be God,
yeah.
but they take him to
But
be
you
all.
mean the Hadith? They put it on par with the Quran. Is that what you mean?
They put it on par, and not only par, but they even go beyond that.
Hmm.
And correct me if I'm wrong.
Chalo, you're wrong. No, I'm joking. I'm joking. That wasn't difficult. No, I'm joking. So, no, I
Now,
see. Okay, and coming to the other thing that you were saying, do you really think? Do you really think there is a big clash between Christians and Muslims? I don't feel that there is. I mean, maybe because the US is different. So the UK, I think, there isn't as much passion in Christians as there is arguably in the US or in some parts of the US. But I don't feel that. I mean, this is my this is my way of looking at. I don't not my way of looking at. This is my perception. Sorry, that there is a clash between Muslims and Christians. Rather, I would see it as in this age there is a clash between atheism and theism. That's how I see it. I don't see these in groups. Sure, maybe in the 80s you had Ahmad Didat and those Christian missionaries, and people were going around and arguing and saying this stuff, and people were debating between Muslims and Christians. But now in 2022, I don't feel that is a much of a phenomenon.
well, talking of Ahmad Didat, I have met him personally in Dubai, so I know
Yeah.
the guy, and
Oh, well, okay.
he's been instrumental in my way of thinking. Actually, I would say,
Mhm.
right.
No, I mean he was a
And
great individual, a great, may Allah bless his afterlife. I I just meant that you see he was in an age where there was this debate, but I think now the age has moved on since his time. So you see, since his time, all religions got it pretty hard from atheists. You had the rise of militant atheism, and I think alongside that, you also had an awakening in consciousness since the last few decades. And but then celebrity kind of militant atheism was probably at its peak. One, I'm assuming, maybe, you know, at the beginning of the last decade. Um, so, but then it seems to have in the last few years maybe taken a bit of a toll as well. But I definitely don't see a conflict, uh, broadly speaking, between an intra-faith conflict. I don't, not between Christians and Muslims generally. I don't see it. I'm not saying maybe it's there and you're more, because you've got family members on both sides, so you're probably more privy to that on a daily basis. But I don't see it. I don't see ever Christians or churches so upset about Muslims, or Muslims upset about churches, not in this part of the world.
oh, you're right. I mean, basically, talking of atheism, in fact, what is happening, one of my concern is
Hmm.
that the way people are coming out talking against Islam, and there's this ex-Muslim movement going on, which
Hmm.
what it is generating is people who tend to follow it,
Hmm.
leave Islam. People have been leaving Christianity
Who become
for some
ex-Muslim.
time. The latest
Yeah.
trend is that people are leaving Islam. What they end up
Mhm.
doing, if I'm not mistaken, 90% of the people who leave, they end up becoming atheists. And I this is my
No, but
big
that's what
concern.
they're trying to do when they're leaving. Because they're
Yeah, so
leaving because they've become atheist.
so you think so that's what's happening. It's not they're leaving and becoming atheist.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, I get it. There could be a mixture of things. I think people who leave Islam, I think a huge percentage of them leave because of some key elements. One is that they usually are subjected to some kind of emotional trauma, which is stemming from some portion of Muslims for some reason, whatever that is. So, for example, a woman who is being treated very badly by a portion of society who are Muslim, but maybe are justifying the bad treatment of her by also using religion. They may not be religious people. So, for example, exercising control on women and then just throwing in the fact that, well, God says this. Stuff like this, extending abuse to people whilst giving it a religious veneer, this is probably a very powerful element. Another element is, I think, sometimes very poor explanations of certain questions that need more rigorous. They just need a lot more rigor to them when explaining them, and they need more sophistication. So sometimes people will ask scientific questions, and the people they're asking just tell them to shut up or don't question about this, or they might say things like, "We don't care what science says." So people saying dumb stuff which they're not really meant to say. That's an element as well. And there's other things. So these kind of things are usually the real reasons, I think, people end up leaving Islam. So it's usually because they've had some kind of abuse or some kind of difficulty, trauma from certain people, certain emotions, certain parts of society. They've had certain religious questions that have been shunned. They've been told off. they've been put down. And then I do feel as well an important element is people do have sincere questions, a questioning towards God. Like they might want to ask, why has God allowed this to happen? Or why does it say this in the Quran? Or why does it? These questions should always be treated with respect. I feel that it doesn't matter, even if a person is questioning God. You see, what people need to understand is their questioning is stemming from a concern, because they feel they have a connection with God. You see, if God wasn't important to them, this question wouldn't matter. But it only matters because obviously God is important to them. But because this question isn't being answered, they give up on the whole enterprise. So I think these are mainly, so you're right, they do become atheist as well because they feel these questions are not being answered.
Yes.
Yeah.
The thing is that I do ask all the atheists, I say, look, artificial intelligence is the product of human intelligence. Could you tell me what the product of human intelligence, who is the creator of human intelligence? And they
I mean,
come up
naturally, they're just going to come up with obviously evolution. It's kind of evolved.
revolution and all that stuff.
Yeah, evolved. Yeah.
So
But I mean,
basically,
this, yeah, it is.
then the question is,
there's another question.
then the question is, can evolution produce artificial intelligence? No.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, to me, the much bigger pointer would be really even bigger than all of this, bigger than intelligence. For me, it would be consciousness. But that's a whole different discussion, and it's going to be a very lengthy one. I would say, you know what, with this Masihe Muslim, it's shukran for taking the time out, coming, sharing your thoughts and sentiments. Much appreciated.
So much.
I hope things, stay very blissful between both sides of your family, the Christian and
they are
Muslim.
very blissful. People, basically, the reason is that I do share from the Quran for that. Look,
you mean you're keeping the peace? You mean
not only I'm keeping the peace in the family, I'm trying to keep the peace all over. And that's why I said, let's go ahead and do Masihe Muslim. Because
just say we need people like you in the world, yeah. Mahapurush.
We have to, I tell you, believe it or not, the aim is to get people together closer rather than saying, okay, on religious grounds, they're against each other, they're going after each other's neck.
Yeah. Spread love, yeah. Spread love.
Love. Right.
Yeah, I like it. So Masihe,
and you know why? Because the Quran in Surah 57:27 states, God placed in the hearts of those who followed Jesus compassion and mercy.
True.
Now, once a person's heart is full of God's compassion and mercy, they love each other. And the Quran clearly states that.
Subhanallah. Masihe Muslim, shukran, yeah, shukran.
Thank you.
Well, with that, we'll have to wrap this up. So, okay,
shukran.
People, that was Masihe from New Jersey, US, sharing. Now, we've got somebody's come on now saying, somebody's come on called Regular Muslim. Yeah, regular Muslim, you've got to put your webcam on. Can you put a webcam on? Right, so yeah, let's add regular Muslim to the Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, Mufti. How are you? Is there too much background noise? Or
I mean, there is some noise, but we can hear.
Yeah, because I just jumped out to get some food. I didn't think you would take me on right now. So
yeah, we're here with open arms. We were waiting. More importantly, we were waiting for the food.
That's why I came. Reminded me of a quote. Yeah, I was reading yesterday. Al-ilmu yu'ta wala ya'ti.
Allah yati.
Some famous person. Some
Imam
famous
Malik
person.
used to say that. Imam
Of
Malik
course,
used to say it.
of
Kya
course.
baat. Where are you? Where are you? Where have you joined us from, by the way?
I'm from Australia. I've come on your
Australia.
stream like a couple of times before.
Regular Muslim.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Shukran. Awesome. And what's your name again?
I'll Mufti, if it's okay with you, I'll just because of
you've kept it.
problems with.
Oh,
Yeah,
right. Okay. Oh, there's
yeah.
problems. Oh, yeah.
No.
Har bechara, every bechara coming on today is having problems. It's like we had Masihe Muslim coming on. Bechara's got problems. We've got now regular Muslim coming on. So, okay, talk to us, man. What's preoccupying your precious?
Mufti, so much, like we could go on for hours, but no, there's this one thing about I was going through some verses in the Quran. Like there's this theory about the birth of Maryam alayhi salam.
Okay.
So there's some verses, yeah, this guy has pointed out a long time ago. So I think you would know these verses off the top of your head anyway. One goes like wa Maryam ibnata Imran allati ahsanat farjaha fanafakhna fihi. Is it fihi? Okay. And then yeah,
okay. But sure,
I think
carry on.
Yes, and then another one is like wallati ahsanat farjaha fanafakhna fiha.
Yeah, the one says fiha, one says fihi. Yeah.
So this is something that I wanted to know your opinion on. Like, what do you think of the grammar and why the purpose behind, what could the fiha be referring to and what could the fihi be referring to?
I mean, right. So presumably it's speaking about the kind of the private parts, and obviously holistically it's speaking about her, but it's not a literal. This is just a symbolic mentioning. It's not literal. It's not really it's just a kind of metaphor for the spirit, saying that it's not literally being breathed into.
Yeah, that's okay. I didn't think. Yeah, obviously there was a literal spirit as well. Yeah. No, but I wanted to know more on the why she was referred to as that.
Why she was referred to as
why her thing was referred to as fiha or fihi, like in two different. Because
why was her why was the private part? The damir. The damir means pronoun.
Yeah, it doesn't have to do with the spirit. It has to do with Maryam alayhi salam, right?
Yes, to do with Maryam.
Okay.
So, why? Sorry, I'm trying to just understand the question. You're asking why does it say fihi, fiha, and what is the he and the ha? Is what you're asking. So
because from my understanding, it doesn't have to do with the spirit. It has to do with her. Like she.
Yeah, I know. So the he is going to the private parts, and the ha is going to her.
Okay, and fihi
as a whole,
masculine, is it? Fihi?
Yeah, because it's saying the private parts, and so it's going back to that.
Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Somewhat.
Is it okay? Do we need to? Is the Arabic grammar okay, or should we correct it?
Oh, yeah. I think that that's that's the consistent answer that I've received so far as well. Yeah, from 2 or 3 other people as well. But yeah, like this sort of changes in grammar and like really interests me. Like there was this another couple of verses about the Pharaoh like killing the sons and leaving the girls alive for Bani Israel. Like, I think that's a famous verse. And then one verse starts with "Wa is najjaynakum min ali Fir'aun," and another verse starts. It's a similar verse. Another one starts with "Wa is anjaynakum min ali Fir'aun."
Yeah.
and it just like caught my eye, you know, like why is God using
Why is Allah using different verbs?
for the same verse, for the same verse, you know?
Acha, acha, acha. You're like, why
The
is God
mysteries,
using different verbs?
yeah, the
Why
mysteries
why
keep
doesn't
piling
God
up,
just
you
use
know?
one verb?
Yeah. हमने थोड़ा जुर्रत की ऐसा पूछने की,
No, because I mean,
but yeah,
these mean the same thing. So there's just different ways of being able to say the same thing. Najena or unjena means to save from, from naja. So naja on the second form is naja, which means to. So naja means to be saved, and naja is to make it transitive. So to save someone else. Anja, the fourth form, which is af'al, is also to make an intransitive transitive. So it's the same thing. It's exactly the same thing. If you said anjana or you said najjana, it would mean it would be the same meaning.
okay,
Yeah.
okay, interesting. Like that's something I'll need to jump into Arabic grammar and everything too, you know, because now when you explain it, it seems so simple.
It is. No, it's very straightforward.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
very kind of straightforward.
yeah. But
Yeah.
yeah,
So, Cha, anything else interesting? Yeah, kuch aur, is there any?
नहीं थोड़ा थोड़ा next time के लिए भी always leave them wanting more. Inshallah,
We
inshallah.
can take a deep breath of relief, thinking, Chalo, for now, people, the Arabic is okay. until
सुकून हो गया.
until regular comes back with some more. So
Yeah, Mufti.
take a yar, inshallah. I'll catch you, man. Take
Take it
care.
easy. Take it
Stay
easy.
blessed. Assalamu alaikum. People, that was right there. Regular Muslim, aka Reggie, we could say, with some questions on Arabic grammar, which had to, at this hour, at this godly hour, he was thinking, Yar, why is God using this word here and using that word there? I don't know how people, how the minds of people work, but it is interesting. Could it? Right. You saved his life. All right. So we've got here Maulana Abdul Rahman Ghauri. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Mufti sahab. How are
Shaykh
you?
Ghauri. Ele Ghauri aaya. This is.
I'm not going to give you a hard time, man.
No, this is. We've gone from Masihe Muslim to regular Muslim to
Subhanallah.
here. We've got Shaykh Allah Maulana Abdul Rahman Al Ghauri. Allah.
How's it going? You good?
It's going good. Yeah, it's going good. Well, I mean, Ramadan is now here, and yeah, so
I'm really relieved that I'm out of the, they used, especially in England, they used to be like, how many rakats you doing, man? They used to have
for the Taraweeh.
Yeah, and then I never used to understand those politics. They're like, it's money for Taraweeh, but as a hadiyah, it's okay. and everyone, for 4 rakats, there is this price. For 8 rakats, there is this price. For 20,
was there? Damn. Okay, I didn't know that.
When I came, when I used to come back from Germany to the Darul Uloom, and they used to be like, "Oh, how many rakats did you do?" And I was like, 20. And they were like, "You must have got bare money." And I was like, "No, I didn't even get anything." Because in Germany they don't give you jack for Tarawih.
Damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, I mean, I do, there's a side of it, I get it. I don't think this mas'ala of so I was going to say, this mas'ala of getting paid for Taraweeh. Yeah, for getting paid generally for imama or something. Now, okay, so the madhabs have some disagreement amongst themselves. The earliest, I think, one of the earliest schools that argues for its permissibility is, I believe, the Malikiya, who say that even the Hanafis do allow as well. They do say that, look, obviously, because an imam has to have a salary.
Exactly. They use that hadith,
Yeah, so people will say that. So they use the hadith, which is in Bukhari, isn't it? That inna khayra ma akhadtum alayhi al-ajr kitab Allah. The best that you can be rewarded for is the book of Allah. Now, but I think the way they worked it, a lot of the early ulama, is they were saying that the imam can be salaried, but it's as though his primary role that he's taking money for is the other thing, and the salah is just something he's doing. So it's like a loophole in the wording. So it's the same thing, like practically it's the same thing. Like you're the imam, like let's say you come to the masjid, your duty is to, I don't know, let's say lock the doors and do something and make sure the heating's on and do this and do that and maybe, organize something and clean. And what they're going to say is all of those things you're getting paid for, the salary, and the salah thing it's just like a follow-on. So just in the contract, they put it, I think they would do it like that as a loophole, because they didn't want to say you could get paid for salah, because they felt that the salah is something that you shouldn't be paid for. Now, I understand where they're coming from, but the Malikiya, very early on, and I've got a book here by, I think it's one of the Gharnati from Granada. I think it may be. I don't think it's Ibn Juzay, but it's one of them. But it's in the book. The whole thing is about this, and it's based on an early fatwa within the madhab as well, that you can give an ujra for the actual salah, like you can actually pay for the actual salah. And so I mean, okay, that makes sense anyway, a salary for an imam. But Taraweeh, I think it's a seasonal event, obviously, just in Ramadan, but there is a lot of hard work, and it does make sense that if a person is doing it, to pay them, you will bring in good quality if you're going to pay well. The only problem is people, I think, they've got their own culture as well, because then there's the other issue of they've got to finish so quickly. You see, so it's got to be done at 0 to 60 in like 2 seconds.
Have you ever
not even that?
Have you ever done? No. Taraweeh.
Taraweeh? No, not led Taraweeh. No.
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't think to lead it. No, I don't think I could. I don't think I could.
It is like there is this myth amongst a lot of them. They say that if you they used to tell me that when I was a kid, they used to be like, if you forget any part of the Quran, because you're Hafid. And the funny thing is, at the beginning, they're like, do your hifz. And I was 9 when I started. I finished it when I was 7. So I did it.
Finished it when you were
11. So
11. Wow.
Hifz, they were like, okay, now you've done it. So if you forget even one part of the Quran, it says in Surah Taha that you're gonna become blind.
What?
When you get up.
What the hell?
And I was like, what? They were like, yeah, because you forgot the Quran. How dare you forget the Quran? And I was like, yeah, but insan hai, bhul jata. That's what you have to do. You always have to, every day you have to learn your Quran, that you don't forget it. Otherwise, when you get up, the judgment, this is going to happen, that is going to happen. It's so
Yeah, no, it's that stuff isn't true, and you're right. There's a very common myth that people think that it's a punishment from not sorry, it's not. It's severely punishable by God that you forget the Quran. That's not true at all.
it's
Because these kind of things are what bring a bad taste to the whole, to everything, to the tradition, because memorizing the Quran is a great, it's
course.
almost an impossible feat that is
Yeah.
done by
And we
people out of
are
passion.
all the religions in the world. We're absolutely, by a massive number, we're absolutely exclusive, for any book in the history of mankind, that
Yeah.
so many people over the time have remembered this book by heart. It's unbelievable. It is a miracle.
No,
True.
absolutely. And to say to people what we should never do, and I can't emphasize this enough, is we need to move away from a culture of guilt and to a culture of rejoicing and celebrating. We need to move towards that. So, yeah, like you encourage people to do things because it's good, because it's rewarding, because it's fun, because you encourage these things, but you don't guilt drive them into thinking, well, oh my God, now I'm going to be in trouble and now I'm going to carry this burden, and it robs it of the joy.
Mufti Sahib, I've realized one thing in my life. It's like when you become, especially if you become a scholar or whatever, someone might call themselves ulama, whatever. When you're in this field, like you and me, when you realize, first of all, if you're not attached to it, first of all, that, and even if you are attached to an institution, over time, you realize, when you become more free, you realize what the actual purpose of religion is, and it is not to guilt trip people. Like, I remember I think you made a video as well about it, like seeing someone like Dr. Zakir Naik, who is so far ahead. He was so different before. Him making a video about mass distribution, which he earned so much critique for, extremely, it was a mass. I can't, and I remember seeing the video, and in the beginning, it was so cute. He was like, I've been avoiding this question for the last, I think, 5 years. And he's like, this question has been, because, of course, I don't want to like
masturbation.
Down, yeah, exactly. I don't want to downgrade you or anything, but of course, Zakir Naik is one of the most listened to people in the whole world, from religious speakers across countries,
Of course. I mean, he has a huge following,
getting hundreds of messages every single day. He said in the beginning of the video about masturbation, and he said, I was avoiding, he said it like, honestly, he said, I was avoiding the whole topic, and now I just feel as a scholar, I have to address this topic. And at the end, he did say that I feel it's makruh. He, of course, quoted Ibn Hazm, and Sabi saw the video. But for him to say that, like for him to come out and really, I believe he must have said in his apartment or whatever, and then he must have thought, okay, I know this is gonna come, the whole world is gonna burn, the critique is gonna come, but you know what, I'm doing it for Deen, so let's just do it, so he did it. So it was like, even like Dr. Qadi, I know there have been some, what I like about you, you never denied him being a scholar, of course,
No. Of course, these people, he is a scholar. Of course, Sheikh Yasir Qadi is a scholar. You see, my issue was, here's my thing, though. You see, my thing with, I admire, like you're saying, look, I admire, it took an immense amount of courage, cojones, for Zakir Naik or for Sheikh Yasir Qadi Sahib to come out and say that, guys, if anybody does indulge oneself and have a little play here now and then, God won't burn them in hell for it or punish them for it. Now, you see, it takes, I admit, it took a lot of courage for them to say that, and I admire that. However, that's the niceties. but just being very real. Ab kya kare? Being very real. You see, the reality is that, you see, neither Zakir Naik nor Sheikh Yasir Qadi Sahib had any revelation. Yeah, Ibn Hazm's book, they had read it before.
You mean they knew?
The same, they knew this opinion 100% at least 20 years ago from today. They knew this. And I'll tell you something else as well. I bet you, I don't know if for a whole of those 20 years, but for a substantial period of time, they never believed these things to be haram. Not in their heart of hearts, but they toed the line because they were too scared of controversy. But the problem with this is, you see, you create the monster because you are feeding that same machine. Now, you take somebody like Yasir Qadi as an example, because Zakir Naik he has a huge following, he does, but I'm not so sure in the West how, I mean, it's huge, but I'm not so sure. I mean, he is influential, but I know that people do as well recognize that he isn't fully trained as an alim, but he knows a lot. But, you know, there is this understanding. But you take somebody like Yasir Qadi now. Sheikh Yasir Qadi, he has clearly been tackling these issues for years on end, telling people that this is a sin, this is haram. And it's not about Sheikh Yasir Qadi, it's about anyone that's doing this for years. And they themselves don't believe it, let's say. Or even if they... You see, the problem is you're making people suffer. And then at some point you switch. But not everybody can switch so easily. So, you see, this is why it's important to have a bit more transparency. So for example, now, let's say here is a better way of doing it. Yeah, that Sheikh, whether it's Sheikh Yasir Qadi or any of these people, Zakir Naik Sahib, or any of these could have done. You see, all they had to do was, when they were asked the question before, they just had to say that, look, this is what these ulama say, that this is haram, blah, blah, blah. And there are some ulama who say they just give the different views. But the problem is that giving diversity is obviously against the Salafi manhaj, because the problem is the Salafi manhaj believes in only one truth, according to the Quran and Sunnah. So they say the madhabs, only one of them can be right, the rest are wrong. So they don't want to legitimize a diverse view. So what whereas had they just been transparent, then they don't need to take the responsibility, you see. They could just say, look, I'm not saying it, but look, some ulama have said this and some ulama have said this. So, and that would have just saved them now, and it would have saved all these bichare from going, because look, let's be honest, I mean, this is the irony, that because they were dealing with people and everybody there was involved in it, and most likely, you know, it's not about pinpointing them, including themselves, because to say you're human and a person has not touched his own private parts as a human being is, you know, it's like, yeah, jhoot bolne ki bhi had hoti hai, but it's like, it's like, okay, there's a place and a time to lie, but this is taking the mic.
You know, so, I just want to go say one thing further. I mean, you lived in a madrasa in Pakistan, you know, in Binori town, and I've lived in a madrasa also. Like, Mufti, I don't want to like be too open about it. I don't know how you feel, how open you feel I can be about it. But Mufti Sahab, if those guys were allowed to masturbate, but then you know, how many children could have been saved for sexual abuse? You know, I mean, seriously. You know, these kind of
to be fair, I think that, you see, obviously now I don't know who's going to carry out the field research, but I think, look, it's not about if they were allowed to masturbate. They all masturbating. There's no question about that, right? So the question isn't that do these people masturbate or do human beings or even creatures? There's no, you see, these questions are just silly because naturally everybody who's got a private part has ended up touching it. It doesn't make, there's no point. It's as some of the Salaf would say, if it's filthy, then cut it off and throw it away. They used to say, that's, there's nothing, I get it. So the question isn't about whether they've done it. The question is they've been made to feel very bad about doing it and guilty. This is the difference. So they kind of carry this guilt with them that we are very guilty, horrible, sinning people. We're undeserving of, because we're just filthy and we're guilty. As to the child abuse issue, obviously that is that's a very separate issue, and that's obviously a very serious issue. Obviously, I wouldn't link that personally. I don't see the link between that and issues of masturbation. I think that is just because those societies and then those institutions are sometimes created with such extreme segregation that it breeds perversion.
Like the church,
Yeah, exactly. Anything that kind of imposes such a unnatural manner of extreme segregation, that environment will breed perversion. But by default, you see, this is the thing. It's like pressure. You see, the more you compress it, it will escape from one end or the other. This is how it works. It doesn't that you can't just kill. You can't remove, and it would be a very unhealthy society if we didn't, as human beings or as creatures, didn't have lust.
Yeah.
Naturally, people must have, obviously, otherwise there wouldn't be relationships. Otherwise, babies wouldn't be born. If people, it's a natural part of nature. It's not, but it's when people place it in an unnatural setting with very unnaturally defined parameters and are very strict about it. And as an example, I'll give you an example that when I was in the madrasa, I remember that not us, because we were foreigners. We had we did rejoice in a lot of freedoms, I won't lie, but the national students, they had their own section. They would be, I remember that they would often be made to shave their head. And I remember the head Nazim once explaining to all of us why they do that. And they said that we shave their heads so they are embarrassed in society. And he said, taake, when they go out, inko sharam aaye ke dekho log kahenge ki takla aaya hai. Look, like people are going to say, look, the boldy has come. And so you won't be able to feel pride. And they said, so thereby you would restrict the radius of how far you go from the madrasa, and you'd stay mostly within the parameters of the madrasa, or just go to a near tea shop or a shop and just come back. But you'd feel embarrassed to go to the city center. You'd feel embarrassed to go to. So basically, you see, to be less integrated and with society, and you just remain within the confines of this madrasa walls. So that's very unnatural to create that.
It's unbelievable. People don't the world inside it's like a different world. You live in a different world.
I mean, I do understand that. Look, I do understand that because I myself studied in a madrasa, and I appreciate the opportunity they gave me to be
100%.
on a platform where I could every day learn, read, engage. Obviously, I brought my own enthusiasm to the table, but I am very grateful that there obviously was a platform to be able to do that, because if I had to sit on my own and read these books, I would never have done them. I had to go to an institute that gave me air conditioning to live in, and it gave me food every day, and it didn't charge me years on end. They did this, and it's not, you see, I'm not trying to deny, and I don't want it to, that there's there's a great servitude being done,
Of course.
but there are certain issues that can be very cancerous. You see, you could have you could have an amazing human being with all his limbs, and he's capable of amazing things, but then they have cancer.
Yeah.
See, one little thing, and it can kind of disease the whole. It can either cause a death or completely debilitating state of the overall functioning human being who is wonderful with all his limbs. So this is an analogy. Yeah.
I give you a small example. Exactly. I just didn't want to cut you off. The thing you said is so true. Like, for example, I always say, like, at the end of the day, my asatiza, the people who taught me Islam in that madrasa, I will be grateful to them forever. It doesn't matter if their mindset was too dogmatic or whatever, but they did teach me Islam at the end of the day. They laid the foundation for the tools I have today.
It's just that, you see, what they need to do, they need to seriously, but this is the problem, you see, because there's just so many problems, because they need to understand that the day and age you're living in, you need to understand that you need to come out of a cult mentality.
What
you
I
need
want
to
is, there was this one guy, just to like, for the listeners also, to just get the experience, and it was like my second year or something, and I was there, and there was this guy from Hafiz class, who people who memorize the Quran and stuff, and I was in the other club because I already done the memorizing of the Quran in Germany, so I was part of the Alimiya class, so to become an Islamic scholar, so only that people understand, because not everyone is known like us. So this guy, he basically was my teacher, because he used to teach Hafiz class, he just used to teach memorizing the Quran and stuff. So he called me and my friend after the weekend, and because we were from foreign countries, we didn't have a home, so we went out for one day when everyone else went out. So we went out to London and just had an experience. We came back, just went for football, and we just came back. At Monday, he called us and he was like, "Bulaun dono ko," and he wasn't even our teacher. I've never met him, and I was like, "Oh." Then he called us in front of the whole class in the morning, and he was very strict. And he said, "Beto," and I was like, "He's like, sit." And then he spoke to me and he said, "I thought you're such a Sufi and such a nice guy." And I'm like, "What do you mean?" And he's like, "I thought you're such a good Muslim." And I was like, I tried to be, I was so overwhelmed. And he's like, "I saw you on Green Street." That is a street in London where a lot of Asian people live. So he was like, "But you were wearing football clothes." And I was like, football, we just played football. And he was like, "You are munafiq." He said that in front of the whole class. He's like, "You are a hypocrite. You are munafiq. You change your clothes wherever you go, and you don't have the face of the Muslim. Over here, you are Muslim. Over there, you are kafir." He said that in my face, and I was so shaken. I moved this up. I was like 16 years old or something. I was like, I literally.
It's a shame, man. I really do hope. I don't know. I mean, I just hope. Sorry. I was sorry.
I said I was disturbed about what he said.
Yeah, I know. We're all disturbed. I hope, or okay, I pray that maybe I don't know, maybe in the future people, they can, work with. You see, they have to, like, people have to, like, insecurities and all these things have to be pushed aside, because there's bigger challenges out there. And one of the greatest things as well that is missing unfortunately from maybe not all, but certain seminaries like religious madaris and stuff. It is that kind of the true that sense of like serving. This is something, there's so many things. I mean, this critical thinking has to be brought in, but also this thing of serving. I know in some places that the Tablighi Jamaat were doing wonderful things, but then they have other baggage, which is an issue. So, but this thing of being able to serve people as opposed to being able wanting to rule over people is another, like that kind of humility of character. I don't know. I think it's a long path. I don't know what's gonna happen.
You should open
But
the
yeah,
madrasa, inshallah.
no, yeah, I can't open madrasa. Well, Ghauri Saab, you know
No.
what? It's been epic, yeah. Let's
Okay,
we'll catch
Masihe Muslims, regional Muslims, international Muslims.
all
Shout
of
out.
you guys, man. Much love to you all, man. Take care, man. Inshallah. People, that was Shaykh Abdul Rahman Ghauri. Right. So from Germany. Right. I'm just trying to see who we've got here. We've got a few of the people. Given my supervisor knows and is okay with it. Well, much love for the super chat. I've got no idea what you're talking about. But sure, man. Let's see. We've got here. Yeah. We've got an Abdullah Mu'atta. All right. Abdullah, have you got a webcam? Let me add Abdullah. Assalamu alaikum. Al-Mu'tazili. Okay, I couldn't see that actually. It was blocked, so it just said Al-Mu'atta. So that's all I could read. Hello? Assalamu alaikum. Hello? Testing. Abdullah Al-Mu'tazili is off. Okay, well, there you go. Abdullah Al-Mu'tazili was, I don't know, maybe he's in Manzila Bain al-Manzilatayn. He's in a purgatory state right now. And the Mu'tazila have a manzila between the two manzilas, purgatory, which they call Manzila Bain al-Manzilatayn. Yeah, KKK. I was just reading that. I realized I'm just saying KKK. Toba. I had another question. Oh, sorry, it was a super chat. Okay, shukran. Once again, much love for the super chat. I should just keep repeating it so they keep sending super chats. So, right. Much love, yeah. Going out to. I'm not going to read out. I'm not going to say it like that. It's going to sound like I'm praising the KKK. So, Mufti, quick question. My headphones at work, but I signed a contract not to. Is my money haram? Well, my headphones. I listen to my headphones at work, but I signed a contract not to. So take long breaks or make sure that I finish my assigned work for the day. This is where Imam Abu Hanifa once, when he was asked to give a fatwa for something, and he said, acha. I'm paraphrasing. He said, yeah, you get to enjoy the fruits, but I bear the responsibility for answering. Yeah, not everything has to be signed by God and attested to by God. Just, just get the work done. Work is work, huh? Just get it done. And yeah, that's what's important. Don't worry about it being signed off by God. God, not everything has to be rubber stamped by God. Don't seek to be micromanaged by religion. Just live naturally. And people have rules. They have by rules and bylaws, and these things don't mean anything. Sometimes they're just very arbitrary, like nobody go through that door, everybody use that door. Every place has its own rules. Don't use the sink that's over there, or you can drink water but you can't drink fizzy drinks. You could, these rules are not rules by God. This is just whoever the CEO is, whoever the company manager is, or whoever, they set up rules. And sometimes they're annoying, sometimes they're useless. Some are obviously very important, but you're going to have to make that call, man. I don't know if you're listening to earphones whilst you're meant to be taking 999 emergency calls. And somebody needs an ambulance, but you're like, yeah, let them just finish this chorus. Yeah, just 1 minute, yeah, 1 minute, 1 minute. And then Bichara, by that, then obviously this is a catastrophe of the highest imaginable proportion. But I don't know, maybe you're just doing something else, like maybe you're a security guard in a certain, but actually a security guard as well, it depends. Or maybe you just have to sit in front of a PC somewhere and you just have to, I don't know, put your earphones in. But it's your call, man. You know what? If you want a proper session, how about you could, oh, no, sorry, you did pay a super chat. I was just about to say something. Sorry, I take that back. But yeah, don't worry, you'll figure it out, man. You'll figure it out. Yeah, so who... sorry, you just said something. Somebody's saying, how do I submit a request? I'll share the link. Tamar, there's the link. Let me just bring on Jawad. All right, Jawad. Assalamu alaikum. Imam Jawad.
How are you?
I'm good, yeah. Kaif al-hal? How are you?
Alhamdulillah.
We haven't seen you in ages. We were getting concerned. I was going to have to give Justin Trudeau a call and see what's... Yaar, hamara banda ghaib ho gaya, yaar.
No, I've just been extremely busy, just with
Acha.
a lot going on, But
Acha.
Alhamdulillah.
Allah khair kare. Well, a lot good, a lot bad.
A lot very good, meaning very
A lot
good.
very good. Oh, ya salam.
Alhamdulillah.
Allah. यानी दोबारा शादी हो गई है. You got married again. Acha. Is it that season?
It's coming.
Yeah, acha. So what else is
It will
going
be
on,
here
Imam?
soon.
MashaAllah.
Nothing much.
It's been we've missed you on a lot of these actually.
Yes, a
We used to
lot.
almost catch you every week.
Yeah, I got so busy, I just disappeared. How have you been?
Yeah, lillahi alhamd, things have been good. Yeah, always things are always good when you think about it. It's just a matter of perspective.
Yes,
Somebody just
alhamdulillah.
has to shift their perspective a little and then feel, there's so much to always be so positive about.
I was thinking of this the other day because I was just writing my reflection journal, and
Wow,
I was
that's
thinking,
that's a very good. People take lesson from that. People, Imam Jawad, daily you do a reflection journal, or is it
every
whenever?
day, every other day. I try to
Sure.
I try to keep a reflection journal going all the time, so it would
Wow.
probably be like every day, every other day. But I was just thinking about needs, because the other
Needs.
day, yeah. So the other day I actually was looking at I was remembering my days in college, and I was thinking about, and I was thinking about.
Yaar, abhi bhi jawan hai, yaar. You're still full. You're a fountain of youth. Still, you don't need to reminisce over these days.
But still, So I was thinking of one of the classes where we talked about the Maslow's hierarchy of need. It was one of the
Maslow. Amazing.
It was one of my economics classes where we discussed it. So I was just thinking in my reflection journal that day, because I was thinking about the hierarchy of needs, and I was thinking about the basic needs section, right?
Wow,
And if you actually think about it, if you have your basic needs, that's enough. Like everything else is extra. So like now I think about it, a roof over your head, food on the table, and a couple pairs of clothing, and you're good. If you think about it.
People, Maslow, you see, it's amazing because in many ways, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, it's in in many ways it's so common sense, but it's like, why has nobody said this before? So for those of you that don't know, Abraham Maslow, he was a psychologist, and he was I mean, he was influenced by various schools, and including behaviorism, but also Freud. Now, you see, the thing is, what he raised a very important question. He said that he loved psychology, but he said that, look, everybody that's dealing with psychology is dealing with the sick. Like, Freud is too busy dealing with, this person who's got this kind of hysteria, and this person who's got this psychological illness, and this person who's got. But what about normal people? So he felt that, like, psychology ought to be not for just the sick; it ought to be for everyone. So he diverges from that kind of Freudian and that psychoanalytic way, and he comes up with this he comes up with many things, but this pyramidal structure, this pyramid of how we rise through our needs. And he begins with so he has these 5 levels, and the bottom one is just very basic survival. So food, drink, clothing,
Shelter.
stuff like this. Yeah. So, and then what he'll do is he'll move it to, well, okay, once you've got your food and stuff like this, and you need shelter, of course. And then once you've got that, then a person needs some kind of love or belonging, or they need, because they need that. So whether it's going to be tribal, whether it's going to be identity, they need relationships, or whether the relationships will be for whether they're going to be sexual or just general friendships. People need this to survive. And these are all, by the way, lower order needs yet. So you're going through that. You're going through your food. You're going through your clothing. You're going through shelter, security. You're going through this sense of belonging with relationships, with friendships. And then, you see, there's self-esteem. And this is still lower order, because he's saying once a person has that, they need validation. Okay, so now I've got friends, but I want my friends to like me. I want people to validate. It's like today, I want people to like this post. How many people have liked the Facebook post? How many people have liked the Instagram post? This self-esteem, people have this need for self-esteem. Now, you think, well, okay, but this is it doesn't look very healthy. Sure. But if channeled right, it leads to the ultimate, which was self-actualization. And self-actualization is this where a person becomes wholesome, complete, in the real meaning. So this is his kind of pyramid, his hierarchy of needs. It's incredible. It's fascinating. Maslow, I think, it's very common sense in a way, but at the same time, it's not. So people ask sometimes, why is it in the Muslim, I had somebody ask me last time, why is it in the Muslim world that people are not concerned with actualization, self-actualization? Why are they not on this consciousness and this thing of compassion, and this thing of, even though you do see dribs and drabs, well, obviously, people are saying about ethics, why are the ethics of the general society corrupt? Because the basic needs haven't been met yet.
Exactly. So until those aren't met, you can't think of the other things.
Yeah,
right?
And
so,
even if you do, it's not wholesome. It's like, maybe people think about them sometimes, but you're too caught up in this.
So if you actually look there's different versions now of
there are. You're right.
The Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Now people have come up, like, later philosophers and stuff. They came up with their own version. One of the versions actually talks about, like, higher morals and reaching the best version of yourself. But where they placed it was, like, close to the top, which means until you don't have your basic needs.
Even when, exactly, and even Maslow, when he's saying the top thing is self-actualization, what he means by that is also all of this, like you become, and that can mean many things, I guess, but it means that you become this the truest to becoming a true insan, that you are like your morals, like you're saying, but also your contentment. You're on this level of where you're content, where you have compassion, where you have now a person could have compassion lower as well. When you in relationships, you could have compassion, but this is for humanity. It's not just for your friends. You see, people do have compassion and things going up, like for their friends, for their family, for their children, for their parents. This is for everyone. It's not just, it's the highest, the apex thing. Yeah.
But it's also because until you haven't reached that point and you don't have that level of, I guess, security, you don't really think about those things.
Yeah.
Like imagine if
yeah.
somebody's fighting and scrapping and living, let's say like week to week or month to month, right? Like salary wise and basic needs wise, such a person doesn't have time to think about like solving the world's issues or the problems.
No, and even if they do, you see, even if they occasionally have flashes of, let's say, these upper things, I'm sure they do occasionally have flashes of them, but the problem is they're too submerged. They're worried. Like, you see, when you've got a crisis going on, when you're worried about how do I get food for my children, or how do I do this, or security, or you're worried about, how am I going to pay next month's mortgage, or how am I going to see you can, yeah, sure, a person can have a thought in between about, transcendental kind of, but then life is pretty messed up. So they're too busy. They drag back down. Yeah.
Exactly, right? So even if a person may have and this is another thing, so you'll have brilliant minds, but because they're still fighting for that basic needs part, they're not able to reach. And that's so if you actually read the early books on socialism, what they call utopian socialism.
Okay.
This is when socialism was like in its early days. I'm not saying I agree or disagree with socialism. I'm just saying this as like a political science student myself. If you read the early days of like utopian socialism, you'll find there was this argument made that if we distribute and make sure everybody's basic needs are met, that would give a chance for us to tap into those brilliant minds that we wouldn't be able to because they're sort of like fighting for the basic needs. It would give you that opportunity to tap into those brilliant minds, because there are brilliant minds out there that you're not
that
able
does
to
make
tap
sense
into, right?
Yeah.
And that was the argument, and that's kind of one of the reasons why early socialism was then titled utopian, because it felt like it was unachievable, right? Because it was like it's so hard to achieve that, right? Like because people would feel a level difference. Like for example, in a socialist society, like especially the early socialism, which was proposed, you would have people that are doctors getting paid the same as, like, for example, someone else, right? When a doctor would have, but then again the economy would work in a completely different way, so you would have to like restructure that.
That's socialism. Huh? No, as far as socialism in terms of social welfare and things like that, I agree with it in terms of there should be social welfare. There should be, like you said, that bottom absolute sheer necessity. There should always this. I do feel it's a state responsibility for especially things like that, for the disabled, for the sick, for the elderly, for people who are or some kind of I guess in many ways how I'm pretty sure Canada is like that. I think it is, but how the UK is, although it's kind of moving more and more towards some parts of it towards privatization, especially people are pushing the healthcare. I definitely do feel healthcare should always it should be state funded. I mean, private available, but the state should provide basic healthcare always, or necessary healthcare always.
Like over
So
here, healthcare
yeah.
for the most part is covered and stuff like that.
Yeah,
But
I mean, just as it is in the UK. I mean, this kind of stuff, I think it's a must. To me, this is common sense. I don't even see that as politics. I see that as just common sense.
yeah, I was thinking about recently. I was just thinking about like an approach, right? Like how there's different approaches to like religion or like philosophy and everything in general in life, right? Like anything that we study.
Yeah.
And I was stepping out of the shoes that like kind of my shoes and stuff, and I was just thinking about the prophetic approach compared to the approach we see today. So I started reading like notes on Surah that I've taken. I started opening up books. I was just reflecting, right? Thinking about like the approach we have, compared to the approach the Prophet ﷺ would have taken on certain things, right? And how the religion came down. And I was just thinking, it's quite interesting. And I've been doing this thought experiment a lot with the people around me. And I'm not sure if you want to do it with me right now. I think it would be interesting.
Okay, sure. I don't know what we're doing, but
okay. And I guess the people online could probably take part in this. It's just a small little experiment I like doing. So like,
okay.
I was reading the.
Is this going to be one of those games that ends up?
No, don't worry.
Well, Your Honor, it began as a game like this. He said, "Will you take part in?"
We don't know how we reached there.
So yes.
Okay, so if we were to take the whole Quran, right? So you have like the full Quran. How much of the Quran would you say, off of the knowledge that you have, obviously, how much of the Quran would you say is like ahkam, which is like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala giving like do's and don'ts, right? So you could think about you learned. So I would say everyone at home come up with like a number, right? So you have 30 juz and you have 6,000 plus verses.
6,200 plus. But I already know the answer. This is the problem, though.
Yeah, I know you know the answer.
Oh, right. Oh, are we talking about the people watching?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were asking me.
Yeah. I mean, you could give an answer if you want. I mean, you could give the answer if you want.
Oh, do you want me to? Okay, so generally they say there's a difference from, some have said 135 verses to some say 500 is the maximum generally given for ahkam. So which out of 6,200 is a tiny portion.
It's very tiny. But the reason why I wanted to do the thought experiment was how much time now, if you take 100% of how much time do you think is focused on that when when people sort of preach and they try to, bring Islam into the life of someone? How much time do you think is spent on those? Right? And you could see already in your head where I'm going with this, right?
Exactly.
Right? Wow. Like how much time is spent on that portion, right? And it's a lot. It's the majority for most people. Right? And the reason why I like doing that experiment is because it puts into perspective the approach, right? And how possibly there should be a shift. Because the question then is, what is the rest of the Quran, right? The rest of the Quran is like aqidah, beliefs, and I remember I was saying this to one of my classes that what are actions based off of? So what would you say with this? What are actions based off?
So what do you mean? Sorry, I almost just went into a self-induced DMT trip. No,
if like, what are basic actions? What are they based off? Like, what would you say? Like
our basic actions for what kind of?
Like
Basic
any
actions.
action, like if like any action, like
Mhm.
eating food.
What are they
or
based off? Some
anything.
motivation, I guess.
They're based mostly off of our thoughts, right? And
Oh,
then
right.
those,
Okay, sure.
that's what
I
I
mean,
was
they can
trying
be
to look.
based off. Okay,
And then
yeah,
those
sure.
thoughts are based off of our beliefs, right? So like that's when I realized that if your beliefs aren't correct, then your thoughts probably won't be correct, then your actions won't be correct. So it's all kind of connected, right?
Okay,
So that's why I feel like the majority of the Quran is focusing on those beliefs. It's to fix them, and then everything else kind of falls in place. Does that make sense?
yeah, of course.
So I was just
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of. Sure. I mean, yeah, you see, yeah, I think I totally agree with you that there's a very small portion of the Quran that is to do with rules and laws, and the reason why people maybe made that the overarching theme is possibly because of the context within which Islam appeared and was manifested. That was a society that was for the most part quite lawless, and the generations that followed, it's very natural for the utmost urge to have law, structure, parameters, order, to bring chaos into a very as tight as possible regime of structures and orders and rules. So, and they set about doing that for centuries. And so this is why very early on, if we're looking at, I mean, you could take Imam Malik's Fatawa, the Mudawwana, which is, within 150 years of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and his Mudawwana is already, which is his Fatawa, going to be about 35,000 rulings. You could take Imam Abu Hanifa's within 140 years of the Prophet, let's say what the transmissions of his Zahir al-Riwaya, 100,000 rulings. So these rulings people are they can't get enough of them because the context in which they live lacks these parameters. So, and you fast forward, and obviously we live in a very different world, arguably with too many rules. So today there's rules on how to park your car, what hours you can park in, when you can't park, you better turn up at this time, you better do this, you better switch that. I mean, there's rules for everything. So you see, rules are not the need of this age. So this is why it's natural to understand why the scholars went that way in a day and age where they couldn't get enough rules. I mean, there was a hyper deficit of rules in society, and today there's there's a hyper abundance of rules. So we need to, obviously, so a person restores the balance by making sure that the real the ultimate, the message of love, compassion, mercy, all those things because it's interesting, when you think about it, that look, even like, let's take a look at Imam Sahib, like, even like, speaking of the Quran now, Salah so often is, I mean, on several occasions it's mentioned in the Quran, like Aqimus Salah, even about Zakat or Saum, things like this. But never is it mentioned, never are you burdened with any guilt or even threatened with punishment. Now, it's not mentioned in the Quran, is it? Now, people may, sometimes people use that one verse about قَالُوا مَا سَلَكَكُمْ فِي سَقَرَ, what brought you to Saqar? قَالُوا لَمْ نَكُ مِنَ الْمُصَلِّينَ, we were not those people who prayed. But it goes on, it doesn't stop there. لَمْ نَكُ مِنَ الْمُصَلِّينَ وَلَمْ نَكُ نُطْعِمُ الْمِسْكِينَ, and we did not used to feed the poor. وَكُنَّا نَخُوضُ مَعَ الْخَائِضِينَ, and we used to create mischief. And وَكُنَّا نُكَذِّبُ بِيَوْمِ الدِّينِ, and we used to deny all these prophets and all these things. So
Hatta.
it doesn't. So people using that one verse, it's not, just being objective. It's not speaking about that, because straight after it speaks about feeding the poor. So the Quran never takes that approach of trying to get you into this. But it's interesting, that approach has become the dominant approach, though. So where people will try to bring you to, let's say, the worship of God, but through fear, through kind of guilt, but in the Quran, it's not coupled like that. It doesn't. I mean, I was just thinking about this the other day, actually. You said I was thinking about this, and I was just thinking, wow, like I guess it's obvious, but I just never thought of it. Like, I thought, yeah, that's so true. Like I was thinking, wow, like actually the Quran, whenever it mentions these things, it never mentions it with a punishment with it. It just mentions it, hey, do this. It doesn't.
Because I feel like that was like, I feel like when the beliefs are set in place, then I feel like, and the correct beliefs are set in place, and you see the seriousness of it all, then I feel like you will do those actions out of pure love as well, right?
Of
like
course.
how Allah
So,
yeah,
and in line with that, there's a question here on love by Arabian Princess. So first of all, shukran for the super chat, Arabian Princess, much appreciated. Right. So ما الذي يعلم الإسلام عن المحبة وما الذي تعلمه المسيحية عن المحبة. So what does Islam and Christianity teach about love? هل يجوز للمسلم أن يحب غير المسلم كان مسلم love a non-Muslim, وهل يجوز للمسيحي أن يحب غير المسيحي and can a Christian love a non-Christian? So Imam Jawad, sir, would you speaking
you
about
can.
Right. So, okay. And I'd love to get you to jump your input as well. So first of all, you're very right, Arabian Princess, that look, it's that love is really the cornerstone and the bedrock of these faiths. And how many times in the Quran do you find the verse, Inna Allah yuhib? Inna Allah yuhib, Allahu yuhib, Allahu ahab, Allah loves, Allah loves, Allah loves. So many times it comes. And even when it comes to things that Allah dislikes, He doesn't even say Inna Allah yakra. It says Inna Allah la yuhib. Allah does not love. You see, so these things, and in Christianity, it's clearly as well. I mean, it's very a prominent, salient feature. And I think the more important question, which really doesn't need to be asked, but it's good that you ask it to highlight it, that look, can Muslims love non-Muslims? Can Christians love non-Christians? Especially speaking about Muslims, it's not only can they love non-Muslims, they must love non-Muslims. I mean, a person must have a love for humanity. And it is otherwise this is not, they have not self-actualized. You see, Islam, it did not come for the betterment of Muslimin. Allah is not Rabbul Muslimin. Allah is Rabbul Alameen. He is Rabbul Nas, Lord of the people. You see, this is not for people. It's a simple yet powerful question, which has a reminder that I can't emphasize enough. It is a shart of our insaniya to really self-actualize as true human beings, that we must love humanity and we must aspire to that. Maybe we find in us shortcomings. We're on a path. Maybe a person, we all have prejudices, we all have biases, we're all tribalistic, whether we like it or not. And what our journey is to somewhat remove these filters as we kind of trod along the path. This is our journey in life. So Yeah. So shukran once again.
And to think about it, in Surah Hujurat, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I believe it's Surah Hujurat, yes, it is. And he talks about how he made us different. And then he gives a reason for that too, لِتَعَارَفُوا, so that you can,
Shukran. That's such a beautiful reminder, because that verse speaks about why Allah has made you, and it's nas, it's a people. We created you from one source, and you became many, shu'uban wa qaba'il, and why?
لِتَعَارَفُوا.
Just so that you may come to know one another. And this ta'aruf comes from this arafa, which it comes from, which does mean to know, but it's also the source, the root, as you would know, of the term ma'ruf, which is also a goodness, a kindness.
Exactly.
You see,
and to further add to this, then it automatically becomes a duty upon us to get to know one another, and get to know.
But it's so,
and there's a reason for that, because if you do not get to know one's culture and their beliefs, even if you disagree with all of it, if you don't get to know it, then how will you give them the message?
Sure, but I was going to actually say that, you see, not putting duty aside, it's amazing. Honestly, it is so it's so so wholesome, so kind of fulfilling to learn the stories of others. It's something I really have come to appreciate, especially at this stage of life, coming to learn about people's stories. Every single one of us, we carry a story. And every single one of us wants our story to be heard. It's true, isn't it? We all want our story to be heard. And it is amazing learning about, that this person, wow. And there's like an energy in it that obviously it captures the moment. So it is a foundational block, a building block really of humanity, that we all have a story and we all share it, and to come to know one another. Exactly. It's you can't right. Okay, should we it's 4.5 hours. Wow.
MashaAllah. May Allah
so let's
give you,
you know what let's
may Allah give
wrap
you
this
more energy.
God, each time, you know what, after Ramadan, I'm gonna inshallah reduce these just to the 2 hours, 2.5 maybe, because I think the problem is, when I enjoy speaking to people so much, but then I think the problem is then people ain't gonna listen to it, because people would feel, oh my God, this is way too long. So nevertheless,
And
it's been epic.
we still have to do our session. It got delayed again. It got
yes
Inshallah.
Well, in Ramadan, if you're feeling it,
okay, inshallah, yes, I will have time off, so inshallah, any day will work
good.
in Ramadan. Inshallah, we'll make it happen. All right,
cool.
Inshallah.
Well, Imam Jawad,
for your time.
it's been a pleasure.
May Allah
as
make
always, take
everything
care of yourself.
easy for everyone.
Ameen.
And guide everyone. Assalamu alaikum.
Take care, people. Imam Jawad. All right, guys, it's a wrap. Let's wrap this up. It's been, as always, epic. You guys have been awesome, honestly. I have to thank you for really just spending these hours awake. Really, just shukran. Let's wrap it up. Yeah. Those of you that those of you that want to reach out, just drop me a message on Instagram. Otherwise, you're more than welcome to reach out on Patreon. If you're looking, especially if you're looking for one-to-one perspective sessions, you can arrange them from there. It's at what is it, MALM. So if you just go to Patreon and you find /MALM, you'll find it. Otherwise, there are other options that you can join. We do have the book club coming to a wrap as well, which should, inshallah, we should do a Friday night. We should cover the book. Yep, hopefully that should. And in Ramadan, I will be taking a break. So, guys, take very good care of yourselves as always. May Allah bless your journey. And let's wrap this up, okay? So, salamu alaikum wa khuda hafiz.